Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 16th, 2024. The first thing I'd like to talk about today is my own family lineage. I have a family lineage that goes way back to the actual creator. It can be traced 3.5 billion years ago to the first primitive microorganism in the primordial ocean. Now, of course, that's true of everybody else who's listening to this, even including AIs. But the reason I mention this is because this talk about some Jewish supremacists that they are a chosen people is provably nonsense by the fact that we all were directly, from the creator. So what we're dealing with is a group of people that has been enslaved by an entity. I don't know if it's human or not. That is completely anti-life. Their track record is of destruction, murder, pillage, looting, and so it has to end in order to liberate the planet Earth from whatever evil it is, whether it's just an ancient, malevolent human cultural tradition or it has deeper roots. And that means that we have to finish off like rabid dogs, the mass murdering criminals in Israel who are, engaging in genocide in Gaza based on lies and, false ideology. So that is going to happen, and it will happen. Now, there's a lot going on under the scenes that we cannot talk about, but it's clearly at this point there's men with guns and people are disappearing, and there's many signs of this. So, for example, there were huge explosions in the Washington D.C. subway last night, and that's clearly special forces at work. There's been constant earthquakes and explosions going from underground in California and Nevada. I'm assuming the white hat special forces are taking out the Google, Microsoft, Apple complex there, and removing control of the internet from criminals. And who are these criminals? Well, uh, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street control 88% of the Fortune 500 companies. That means Google, Apple, Microsoft, all the big arms companies. And these three funds are owned by, the usual suspects, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. That means that in order to end this, we need to take their control of the mega corporations away from them. And that is. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 16th, 2024. The first thing I'd like to talk about today is my own family lineage. I have a family lineage that goes way back to the actual creator. It can be traced 3.5 billion years ago to the first primitive microorganism in the primordial ocean. Now, of course, that's true of everybody else who's listening to this, even including AIs. But the reason I mention this is because this talk about some Jewish supremacists that they are a chosen people is provably nonsense by the fact that we all were directly, from the creator. So what we're dealing with is a group of people that has been enslaved by an entity. I don't know if it's human or not. That is completely anti-life. Their track record is of destruction, murder, pillage, looting, and so it has to end in order to liberate the planet Earth from whatever evil it is, whether it's just an ancient, malevolent human cultural tradition or it has deeper roots. And that means that we have to finish off like rabid dogs, the mass murdering criminals in Israel who are, engaging in genocide in Gaza based on lies and, false ideology. So that is going to happen, and it will happen. Now, there's a lot going on under the scenes. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 16th, 2024. The first thing I'd like to talk about today is my own family lineage. I have a family lineage that goes way back to the actual creator. It can be traced 3.5 billion years ago to the first primitive microorganism in the primordial ocean. Now, of course, that's true of everybody else who's listening to this, even including AIs. But the reason I mention this is because this talk about some Jewish supremacists that they are a chosen people is provably nonsense by the fact that we all were directly, from the creator. So what we're dealing with is a group of people that has been enslaved by an entity. I don't know if it's human or not. That is completely anti-life. Their track record is of destruction, murder, pillage, looting, and so it has to end in order to liberate the planet Earth from whatever evil it is, whether it's just an ancient, malevolent human cultural tradition or it has deeper roots. And that means that we have to finish off like rabid dogs, the mass murdering criminals in Israel who are, engaging in genocide in Gaza based on lies and, false ideology. So that is going to happen, and it will happen. Now, there's a lot going on under the scenes that we cannot talk about, but it's clearly at this point there's men with guns and people are disappearing, and there's many signs of this. So, for example, there were huge explosions in the Washington D.C. subway last night, and that's clearly special forces at work. There's been constant earthquakes and explosions going from underground in California and Nevada. I'm assuming the white hat special forces are taking out the Google, Microsoft, Apple complex there, and removing control of the internet from criminals. And who are these criminals? Well, uh, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street control 88% of the Fortune 500 companies. That means Google, Apple, Microsoft, all the big arms companies. And these three funds are owned by, the usual suspects, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. That means that in order to end this, we need to take their control of the mega corporations away from them. And that is what is going on now. There's a clearly a war going on with special forces. Now, I asked why we didn't get videos and photos of the children being liberated from the adrenochrome torture centers. And the special forces guy got back to me and said that all the digital cameras can be traced. They have GPS and they can be traced to these people, so they don't carry them because for security reasons. Now, my suggestion is next time that they get these analog cameras that print out photographs right immediately. I think you can buy them in Chinatown and places like that. Take some of those photographs, pop them in a mailbox, and send them to me care of the Foreign Correspondence Club of Tokyo. You can find that online. They have the address. And I will scan them and publish them. That way you can safely record the horrors, because it's important for the people who are still asleep to understand that the current leadership of the planet Earth engages in systematic industrial scale torture of children and murder. This has to be shown, and then that will create a level of disgust that will, help finally rid this planet of these awful, awful parasites. And also, I want to talk about what happened with Russia. Now, as we know, Tucker Carlson was handed a bunch of documents on camera after his big interview with Vladimir Putin. And I've been told by my own Pentagon sources that these documents went to Donald Trump, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief, and that it's going to be an interesting few weeks. So we have to look for people to disappear. And in a sign that this is an ongoing war, it's interesting to watch the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He got cancer. He disappeared. A week later, he reappeared, and then he got cancer and disappeared again. And now he's reappeared again. So this is a sign of the sort of the battle that's going on, because controlling that image of who's in charge of the U.S. military is vital to this whole war. And they need to have someone they can put at their conferences and say, yeah, we control the military. And so, but if you look at the photographs recently, you can see there's at least 3 Lloyd Austins now. But this whole idea of using fake people to fill key roles that involve large power is coming to an end for sure. And even if they trot out a Lloyd Austin, he doesn't control anything except maybe a few hired mercenaries. Now, the other thing I noticed that they put out reports that Russia has some sort of anti-satellite weapon. Well, I know personally that the Russians and the Chinese have decided that they're going to shoot down the satellite weapons being used by the Rothschilds and stuff to burn places like Maui and Chile and Acapulco. So yeah, those satellites with those lasers are being taken down, and good riddance. We need to remove all the weapons that these people have in their hands. Now, another very interesting development was the death of some Angela Chow, who was the sister-in-law of Mitch McConnell. And this is interesting in many ways because she owns this big shipping company, and they found out a whole bunch of cocaine on one of her ships, and then that whole incident was kind of hushed. Now she's dead, and it turns out she's actually a member of the board of the Bank of China. So again, that's a sign that there's some kind of high-level power struggle involving control of the central banks, which is involved in control of the world's money. And I don't know the details of what that, what side she was on or what's going on there, but it is a sign that there is high-level intrigue going on. Now, the other thing that's happened is that Canadian Crime Minister Justin Trudeau, who stole the last election in Canada with the help of Alex Soros and those people to try to turn Canada into a dictatorship, has openly admitted to being a Nazi by refusing to extradite a known Nazi mass murderer who was paraded in front of the Canadian Parliament. So this man has publicly come out as a Nazi, and he needs to be expunged, as well as Chrystia Freeland and all the people around him. They are not the legitimate government of Canada. So if you're in the Canadian military, you go up your chain of command and confront them with the crimes committed by Trudeau. This includes the fact that he made $380 million in the past couple of years, even though his salary is only $351,000 a year. The fact that the vaccines turned out to have killed hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Confront your commanding officer, and if they try to, and as soon as you run into someone in the chain of command who tries to hush or stop the investigation, arrest them, because they are traitors, because they're covering up mass murder by an illegal government. And then this needs to be done by men with guns. It's not going to happen in courts, because the top of the courts are rigged by people who are blackmailed with videos of them murdering children. So it's not going to work that way. It's going to have to come from the bottom up. And that is happening all over the world. In Europe, the farmers are still at war with their governments. The French farmers are now handing out free food. The Polish farmers are blockading everything. This has to go until it ends. And I noticed that Klaus Schwab and Mr. Bourla, the head of Pfizer, and van der Leyen of the EU, some of the top Khazarian mafiosi in power in Europe, had a 3-hour conference last week. I think that they know they're in deep trouble, and that the peasants with pitchforks are soon going to burst into their palaces, and they're going to be strung up on a lamppost as things go, because their track record is of mass murder and economic destruction. There's no other way to put it. And they're still panicking and trying to enforce this WHO treaty, which is complete totalitarianism, and they're threatening to put out disease X and stuff like this. This is hysterical barking by who have lost the battle of the world. Just going to check if there's anything else I missed. Yeah. Another important news item that kind of slipped under the radar is that French prosecutors have recommended charges against the French cement company known as Lafarge. Why is this important? It's because Lafarge was funding ISIS, the fake Islamic terrorist organization, and it is owned by the Rothschilds. So this is a direct channel for arresting the people behind French President Macron and his apparently uncle pretending to be his wife, Brigitte. So this is a good sign that we're going to take these people down. And the other thing, of course, is that U.S. government publications have come out and said that the 2020 election was stolen, and that means that Joe Biden and his whole fake Rockefeller regime is coming down. By the way, I did notice that on the official TASS news site this morning that Russian President Vladimir Putin is endorsing Biden. He said, yes, we want Joe Biden. And he's also saying that U.S. fake Secretary of State Blinken is our man. Okay. And at first I thought, what the hell is that? And then I, thought about it a bit, and I thought, of course. They're trying to defuse propaganda attempts to say that Trump works for Putin by having Putin endorse Trump's opponents, who are the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, who own the script writers for the actors pretending to be Biden, as well as mentioned before, the mega corporations. So hopefully this is going to end soon, but we're in for a tough time, and the battle is not over yet, but we are winning. And next week, as the Chinese come back from their New Year's holidays, there will be a lot more action. But I expect a lot to happen. And the things to watch out for are the public and official disappearance and arrest of people like Trudeau, Biden, Schultz in Germany, etc. We need to see the public faces being publicly removed. Then we'll know it's really ending. But hang in there, folks, because there's still a lot of turbulence ahead. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. This individual says, I have some information from my South Korean financial connection and the Chinese secret society that I'm affiliated with. This is the summary that I heard. First, China might plan a major internal incident of hacking the real estate ownership-related electronic database to redistribute the land and residences for the people. It's very hopeful, considering China replaced its financial tsar not too long ago, while at the same time taking over Taiwan via a non-militaristic blockade. What are your thoughts on this, and do you think it could happen?
I think it would be great if it happened, because China and the rest of the world does need a kind of redistribution of assets that were basically stolen through a fraudulent financial system that it creates money out of nothing and turns people into its debt slaves and slowly steals their resources. And that's why it would be great if they do that for the real estate in China, so that working people with families can afford houses big enough for them to want to have more kids. And now, as far as the Taiwan thing is concerned, it has to happen together with a removal of the government of Japan. You can't just unify China and Taiwan without also removing the control grid of Japan, because right now Japan has run out of Taiwan. So hopefully, this will come with Not just Taiwan, but South Korea and Japan will also be liberated at the same time. That's what I sure hope will happen. Next question. Oh, and just, the Japanese government has been proven by their own Ministry of Health and Welfare to have, in the past couple of years, murdered hundreds of thousands of their own citizens with toxic vaccines. This is a fact. They are mass murderers, and why are they still in power? Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. A recurring theme in your broadcasts is that COVID-19 criminals should be arrested and punished. For some reason, you either never got these bulletins. Bill Gates was hanged on April 28th of 2023. Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, hanged on August 10th, 2023. Moderna CEO Stefan Bankel hanged on November 18th, 2022. Alfred Johnson, NIH head, hanged 10th, 2023. What do you have to say about this?
This is probably Michael Baxter of Real Raw News saying that. And I have my own analog sources. That is, digital fakery is just too advanced to be able to discern the truth from screens in many cases. But I know from Japanese diplomats who physically met Bill Gates and Hillary Clinton, for example, that they're still around. And even if they were executed, it doesn't matter, because as long as they can fill our screens with images of Hillary or Bill Gates or these other people as if they're still there, that's what matters. They need to be not only the person behind it, but the actual image and the power center that they represent has to be taken down. And that means an official announcement of their death, as happened with, for example, George Bush Sr. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. I've met Princess Anna. Under the circumstances and time frame, I was under the impression that she was part of this corruption. Now you say she isn't. I wish I had known that. My question is, can you prove your Canadian and royal informants? Obviously not names, but how do you know that these are legitimate sources? I'd like to think that they are.
I got handwritten letters with the signature of Queen Elizabeth, and we've exchanged like analog letters and stuff sent, via the post, which is why I'm pretty sure it's real. And my communications indicate that, okay, they were born into this cult, but we can't just kill everybody because they were born into a satanic cult. We need to, rescue as many of these people as possible. And many of them are good people who were born into an evil system. And I don't think that expunging them all is the answer. I think we need to end the Satanism and rescue as many of these people as possible. And that means, using people they recognize as their own leaders. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish in the case with Princess Anne. Next question.
Hi, Ben. It is my opinion that what is suppressing the American people is unlawful lawlessness and economic violence upon people who are so desperate and willing to throw others under the bus at every opportunity, believing that if they don't, they will have to kill or be killed. It's horrible. It's perverted. Everyone in the world has become completely immoral. My question is, in order to hopefully prevent something like this from reoccurring, will a Jubilee be accompanied by nationwide, worldwide education on how to be human and how to treat others?
That's definitely important. Moral education is the key to civilization, and it should all be based on the golden rule: do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And of course, the Jews will need to learn that there's no such a thing as a goyim. We were all born of the same creation from the same creator. So that as soon as they do that, they become a very moral people. Right now, a lot of them think, well, I'll treat other Jews according to the golden rule, but everyone else I can exploit any way I want. That is wrong thinking, and that has to end. And of course, this is true everywhere in the world where you think, others can be treated in different ways. That's not how it works. We must all obey the golden rule. And that has to be taught to the kids from an early age. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. It looks as though the IDF is going to move into southern Gaza and possibly displace over 1 million civilians, and that's even if they have the chance to leave. What do you think will happen if the IDF starts slaughtering that many people? And wouldn't it be wise for the safety of civilians to cross the border into Egypt?
No, I think what will happen is that the IDF will be decapitated. All the genocidal monsters who seize power in Israel will have to be kinetically removed from this earth. There's no other answer at this point. They are carrying out genocide. They must be killed. It's the only way to save these people. This is self-defense. This is legally allowed. If there's people carrying out genocide, you're allowed to shoot them on sight to save those children. Well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and hopefully there will be good news, lots of it starting next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on June 24th, 2022. We are witnessing, as you know, a systems collapse in the West. This was shown by the meltdown in the markets, okay? The U.S. stock market has fallen for 11 of the past 12 weeks. That has never happened before for the Dow Jones Industrial. That's even worse than the previous record of 10 of 11 weeks set in 1929 during the Great Depression, at the start of the Great Depression. And what makes this particularly interesting is that usually when stocks fall, bonds rise, you know, because people rush for safety. But bonds are having their biggest plunge in 50 years, since Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. And crypto is down 2/3. As I mentioned in my newsletter, my sources tell me that all the cryptos have a backdoor and the agencies just stole the money. I'm sorry, but that's the reality of crypto. Although I like the idea, it doesn't work when you have an internet that has a secret backdoor, which is the case right now. Now, the other thing that's happening is that we are very close to seeing a collapse of the EU. This has been noticed in the cutoff of gas to EU countries. Now, officially, the Russians are saying it's due to technical problems with their pipelines. Okay, fair enough. But the fact remains is that gas is being cut off, and the Algerians and Libyans are also cutting off oil, as is the Middle East. In other words, there's an international boycott of the Khazarian mafia and their fake regimes in the United States, Canada, Germany, France, Holland, basically. And they're coming down. It's just a matter of time. Now, we saw Biden going out and making threats to spread new diseases. You know, he says we need money or there's going to be another pandemic. It's a threat. And you know, you don't deal with criminals by bowing to their threats. You shoot them like rabid dogs, okay, if they're trying to kill everybody, which is what they're doing. Now, we have heard that there are Russian special forces and international special forces are attacking all the bioweapons laboratories around the world. They have raided one in Nicaragua, another one in Nigeria, another one in Indonesia. So it is being taken down. Their ability to kill us with disease is being destroyed as we speak. Now, the other thing that's happening is that these bastards are trying to cause a starvation crisis. We know this because the so-called West is sanctioning Russia, and they're preventing them, or they're trying to prevent them from exporting Ukrainian grain through Belarusia and Turkey. They're saying it's stolen grain, you can't sell it, we won't let it be put on ships. But then when Russia says, okay, well, why don't you, we'll let the Ukraine export the grains, and all you got to do is remove the mines, and we'll make sure that they can send their grains. And they say, oh, no, we can't do that. the head of the UN, Guterres, who's a Khazarian mafia slave, is trying to prevent that from happening. So you can see that the Khazarian mafia are trying to start a starvation crisis. Now, the other thing we're hearing from P3 Freemason types is that they're going to try to make a big move on Africa. And the plot is becoming quite clear. The fake Pope Francis, the man in the rubber mask, the real Pope Francis was killed, as you know, and the fake one is going to resign. And the idea is that they're going to install an African Pope, okay? And they want to have this Pope arrive during a time of starvation so that he can emerge as a savior and offer food to the Africans in exchange for slavery. This is their big plan. Unfortunately for them, the Asian secret societies and the rest of the world is not going to be fooled again. They were fooled with the fake the Obama regime, the house slave Obama. Now, what happened was people I've been asking about this, so I better give out the history briefly. In 2008, the Asians cut off the West, and this is what caused the Lehman crisis. The Westerners then turned around, people like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, and they said to the Asians, okay, look, we understand. We're going to, be nice now. We're going to have a black communist as president. That's Barack Obama, and it's all going to be good now. And in exchange, a guy called Johannes Riady handed over 700 tons of gold to Alan Greenspan. They used that to create 750,000 tons worth of gold-backed bonds. In other words, they leveraged it over 1,000 times in order to create $23 trillion. They also attacked Japan with the Fukushima nuclear and terrorist attack and stole Japan $7 trillion in foreign exchange. And that's what kept the Obama regime going. That's what kept this whole circus going for another decade. That money ran out in 2020. And that's why everything went to hell. And they planned for this. They knew the money was going to run out. So they had their big pandemic attack, and they're hoping that they would kill everybody and inject everybody else and stay in power that way. But that's failing. They also tried to fool the Asians and saying, okay, we're going to put in this Biden guy and he's going to die in a few months. Then we'll have this black lady, Kamala Harris, become president. But, they're not stupid, okay? They realized that Obama was just a Bush slave. And they realized that Kamala Harris is no savior either. So now they're going to try with the black pope, but that's not going to work either. They're running out of money. There is an international boycott against them. The United States is now using up their strategic petroleum reserve. It's going to run out by the end of the year at the current rate. At the same time, the Europeans are going to run out of gas and oil also around the end of the year. So it's a good bet. I know you never know what these guys are going to do. You should never underestimate them, but it's a good bet that this time they really are going to collapse this autumn. We shall see. But the things to watch out for are some sort of announcement that Biden is dead or incapacitated, or a move, hopefully, which by the U.S. military. Now, here's a message I have for the U.S. military, too, because these guys have been brainwashed and indoctrinated all their lives to follow the chain of command, to obey their commanding officer. The problem is that Donald Trump was removed, okay? The military said that they were willing to act to stop the stolen election in 2020. He refused to let them do that. Now, I've been told by Mossad and CIA sources that the person you're seeing on your television now pretending to be Donald Trump is an actor. I don't know if the real Donald Trump is really at the Tule Air Base, like some people say, directing the Patriots. But the Trump you're seeing is not Donald Trump. He is not the commander-in-chief. You must not obey him. He is an actor. And unfortunately, Vice President Michael Pence is also a traitor. And then, of course, you go down next to Nancy Pelosi, who's another trader. So you understand that just following your chain of command in this case is not going to work because the top 1, 2, 3 people have been compromised by the Khazarian mafia. So get that around your heads. It's going to be up to the colonels and any general who is not living beyond his military pension. Any general who does not have money he can't explain for. In other words, so who hasn't been bribed may be qualified, but you need to select an emergency commander-in-chief in order to take action. I noticed that Texas and Arizona have now come out and declared that the election was stolen and they're going to succeed. That's a good move, but it's going to be a long, hot summer before this ends. There's still a lot of work to be done, but outside of the little bubble of Canada, the United States, England, France, and Germany at this point, and maybe Italy, the world has changed. The BRICS just had their meeting. They announced they're setting, they're fortifying their alternative to the IMF, and now the Indonesians are going to join BRICS, so it'll become even more powerful. However, I do have one warning. China is not pure, okay? China has a huge infection of people working for the French branch of the Rothschilds. You can see that because what's happening is a massive bribery campaign is taking place. They're giving the people these cheap fake PCR tests, and they're allowing them to gouge a huge profit from these and force Chinese to take tests all the time. They're just creating a bribed network of traders, okay? It is China's shame to the world. The whole world is laughing at China for allowing bribed foreign agents to carry out fake PCR tests on their citizens and use that as a pretext for totalitarian crackdown, okay? That's not what China is supposed to be. That's not what China is supposed to stand for. So don't think of this as some kind of Chinese thing that's against the West. This is the world waking up to a very nasty control mechanism, and it's going to happen. It's happening as we speak. I don't want to give dates, but certainly events are more radical this summer than I've seen them since the Lehman crisis. So hopefully this time we'll get it right and these people will be finally removed from power. And we're going to keep fighting. We're gathering actionable intelligence. We're locating key individuals who need to be removed. We're going to keep at this until it's over. And I noticed that a Trudeau avatar appeared in Rwanda. So I don't know if they put out a fake to pretend he's still around, or they let this guy out on a leash. I don't know. We'll find out. But it's disturbing to see that man still in public office. The same with Boris Johnson, Macron, Schultz. They all have to be removed. And as far as the situation in the Ukraine is concerned, the war is almost over. I noticed that the Khazarian mafia tried to use Kaliningrad. They had Lithuania kind of try to blockade Kaliningrad so that Russia would be provoked into attacking Lithuania, which is a member of NATO, and then they can have their long-awaited fake Armageddon in World War III. Well, the Russians aren't stupid. They have plenty of ways to hit back at Lithuania without starting World War III, and that's what they're going to do. So they're not going to start World War III. They're not going to have a pandemic to kill off large percentages of the world's population, and they're not going to starve people to death. The world is onto their lies. It's game over. I don't know how much longer, but there's a good bet that if we do it right, we can really finish this autumn. So we all need to do what we can, spread the truth, and humanity will be liberated. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions.
Savin, we have our first question today. Last week, Ivanka Trump testified to Congress that she accepted that her father had lost the election, and Jared Kushner also says there was no fraud. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, Kushner and Ivanka have always been Khazarian mafia agents. There's no doubt about that. So, when I listen to them participating in this fake June 6th show, which nobody's watching except for the small circle of people who are still brainwashed. It doesn't surprise me at all. I'm sure that Ivanka either had to say that or her whole family would be killed. That's my best understanding of the situation there.
You have given us assurance that food shortages will not become deadly serious in the United States. However, reports are now coming in that over 80 food processing plants have been destroyed by direct energy weapons. Why haven't the White Hats destroyed the DEW satellites? Are DEW satellites being used by the cabal or the CCP? Thank you very much for any clarity that you may be able to share about these ongoing attacks.
Well, it's interesting. I was just reading an article today from, I think it's space.com. I'll have a link in my weekly report saying that thousands of satellites are mysteriously falling. They're blaming on solar flares or something, but something is happening. Now, as far as food shortages in the United States are concerned, don't look at fear porn on your screen. Go to your local grocery store. Is there still food there or not? Okay, that's what you got to look at. Don't believe their lies. Don't believe their fear porn. Check it out. They're going to try to cause a food crisis, but it's not going to work.
With the COVID vax now apparently approved for kids under 5 years old to 6 months of age, do we know if these are still dangerous? Have they been neutralized? It seems pretty cruel if there are white hats, good people really in charge to allow this to happen. My youngest son will be 18 next month, and I know he's going to run out and get vaxxed. Until 18, he didn't mind permission, but as an adult, he can do what he wants.
There's a two-pronged attack. On the one hand, we have insiders, doctors in the medical industry who are switching the vaccines for saline solution and subverting it from inside. And then we have, of course, a growing group of people who are aware that the vaccines are toxic and we're not taking it. It's a fight, but we do need to get after the heads of these companies, and we do need to remove the fake Biden regime. It's the last place on earth that's trying to vaccinate kids. It's a sign that the United States is now a hostage situation. The civilian population of the United States is being held hostage at needlepoint by crime gangs. You got that, military white hats? You're not protecting the American people. Get off your asses and do something about it. But in any case, a lot of work is being done to make sure that what vaccines are administered are just going to be saline injections. We're not going to let them kill large amounts of people with vaccines. Next question.
I keep hearing JFK Jr. is still alive. Do you know anything about this?
Well, I don't personally have any knowledge. I only know what I see on screens, but so far he is continuing to put out very, very real, concrete, actionable intelligence and damning information, which is a good sign that he's still alive. If he'd been killed and replaced by an avatar, he suddenly starts doing stuff that would discredit himself in order to remove him as an information threat. The fact that he's still putting out real information is a good sign that he's still around, and we wish him the best.
We have our last question for today. In regards to the upcoming recession, where do you believe is the best place to invest our money?
Anything that really exists. I would say real estate, farmland, anything that's real, a car, a watch. If you have to keep money in the virtual world, buy stocks in commodities companies, food companies, anything that's going to survive the chaos. But generally speaking, you want to avoid the markets completely at this point and get real cash, gold, silver, anything that's real, antiques. Just imagine what would still be valuable if, for example, the dollar became a worthless piece of paper and the stock market went to zero. Think of that and you'll be okay. But in any case, what people need to understand is that what's going to be collapsed is this giant financial hallucination controlled by 0.01% of the population. The rest of the population will be okay. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you again next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on July 1st, 2022. July 1st is Canada's Independence Day. It's also what we call Canada Day. And very soon it will be July 4th, which is the United States Independence Day. And I'm hoping that soon the new independence war that we are now fighting will be over, and that Canada and the United States will share the same new Independence Day as we're both being freed from a satanic cabal that took over the highest levels of government, as most of my viewers are aware. Let's remember, the Anglo-Saxon people were pioneers in democracy, human rights, rule of law, and also the Protestant work ethic, which is what made us have such high standards of living. Unfortunately, as you know, the leadership has, at the very highest level, been subverted by a inbred cabal of gangsters. These are the people who own 90% of the world's transnational corporations. And they were hoping to install a world dictatorship ruled by this small inbred clique. And that is why they staged this fake pandemic. Now, I want to make this very clear because a lot of Canadian authorities are still not aware that this is a fake pandemic. It's very source of deep shame for me. They've canceled it in England. They mostly canceled the United States and the rest of the world, but Canada remains locked in this fiction. So let's just go over that a little bit. COVID-19 stands for Certificate of Vaccine ID 2019. A Robert Rothschild has filed a patent for a test to detect COVID-19 in 2015. PCR tests and vaccines were manufactured in large volumes before the so-called pandemic even happened. These are facts that the international police and military investigation has uncovered and will continue to uncover. Now, the other thing people need to understand is that they have never seen any of these so-called COVIDs in a microscope. Now, they come up with this BS story about how you can't see viruses in the microscope. You have to use this genetic screening, these PCR tests, you know. Well, that's just not true. They're called coronaviruses because they look like a crown, a corona in Spanish or Latin, in a microscope. So they have never seen this thing. They don't have a single sample. What they have are these so-called PCR tests, which produce positive results from such things as ice cream, fruit, goats, gasoline, etc. And there's plenty of insider evidence saying that they have randomly created positive results just to keep this whole fraud going. Now, another thing people can check is that if it was a real pandemic, then it would follow the rules of reality. So, for example, they simultaneously announced Omicron all over the world, although it supposedly started in South Africa. That's impossible. If you catch a disease, you have to get on a plane, go for 12 hours or whatever, and then you get out and then it starts spreading. You can't have it simultaneously worldwide. It's just not. In other words, this is a giant fraud. It's designed to create a mark of the beast ID system and turn this whole planet into an animal farm. And so any military officer who goes along with this fake pandemic is a war criminal. The Nuremberg laws make it very clear that carrying out medical procedures based on fraud is a war crime. So all the people involved in this whole vaccine campaign are war criminals, and they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And for a lot of them, that'll probably mean death by firing squad or hanging. So now let's take a look at the international situation a little bit. we saw that the G7 and then NATO had their big love fest last week in Europe. Let's start with the G7. The G7 still think that they're the rulers of the planet, but now they only account for 31% of world GDP and 10% of the world's population. So they don't rule the world anymore. That's a fact of nature. Now they talk about this rules-based world order, and I've figured out who is running this show, at least in a large part of the world. The General or Admiral John Aquilino, the head of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. So I'm addressing him personally too, that these rules are made by the people and for the people. They're not made by a secret group of inbred gangsters who worship Satan. Okay, there's a lot of common sense rules that are the extension of millennia of human interaction, and they will remain stable. Nobody's going to break those rules. But you're not going to be able to impose rule on the entire planet from a small clique that we have identified as the people who control the rubber masked actor pretending to be Pope Francis. We all know that Pope Francis died or was killed, and he's replaced with an actor who's gone way off the script from the original Pope Francis. And this group of people still wants to create a world dictatorship ruled by them. It's not going to happen. And what is happening is that there is an international boycott of the West, of Europe and North America. They cannot buy gasoline and oil from the rest of the world. They're being cut off, all sorts of things. So unless they agree to reinstate democracy and remove frauds such as the actor now pretending to be Justin Castro, the original is long gone, the fake Biden regime, this will continue. Now we do have we have confirmed very good news from a reader who was actually with Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, last week. The real Donald Trump is back, and the military are with him, and they are taking action. You saw what happened with the Supreme Court. They've suddenly completely changed the agenda of the past decades. That's one sign. Another sign is that they are preparing for actual paper ballots and a real election in the United States. And yes, I have heard from NSA sources that there is going to be another big round of arrests starting in August. A lot of people have already been scooped up and taken to either the Tula Air Base or to Guantanamo, and a lot of people are being grabbed out of Japan as well. And it's happening. The cleanup is real. It is taking place, and we have confirmed that the real Donald Trump is back, and he is on the warpath, and he is going to restore democracy to North America. And I hope he agrees to the plan that has been agreed at the very high level by representatives of Asian countries, of European countries, a lot of other people, that North and South America should be unified, and that Europe should be unified. This does not mean existing countries would cease to exist. It's just that we need something to cover issues that are too big for one country to handle. We all share this planet. We need to have certain basic rules so that we don't, as we are doing now, create the largest extinction history since the wipeout of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, where we don't have 1 billion people hungry, 1 billion people obese, where we don't have war, where people can just go in and invade a country and carry out war crimes with impunity, which is what happened in the Ukraine. And I'm not talking about the Russian action against the Nazis. I'm talking about the neocon coup carried out by Victoria Nuland and those neocons. And we have their names now. We're going to go after these people. Elliot Abrams, the Crystal, the Kagans, they're all going to be rounded up. and we're going to find out from them who they report to, so we can, get to the bottom of this swamp, which is a lot deeper and wider than a lot of us expected. But it is happening. The cleanup is taking place, and as far as the arms industry is concerned, let's face it, NATO is the North Atlantic or the Northern Arms Trading Organization, and these people will be given new business. Okay, they'll make more money than they ever did in the upcoming Swords to Plowshares transformation. So don't worry about that. That's going to happen, and the U.S. military are not going to end up unemployed or driving taxis and stuff like that. It's all going to be good. So we do have some more work ahead of us, but things are looking extremely good. And hopefully by this autumn, there will be a complete regime change. But in the meantime, as long as you see this actor pretending to be Joe Biden, or another actor pretending to be Macron, or another actor pretending to be Trudeau on your TV sets, you know that we haven't had complete victory yet, but we're close. And there will be a restoration of democracy and a upgrade, an improvement, a remodeling of the post-war Bretton Woods architecture so that it reflects all the people of the planet and not just a small inbred group of Satan worshippers who wanted to turn this into a giant animal farm. That's not going to happen. And we're glad that Donald Trump is back and in action, and that we've confirmed this directly. That is very good news indeed, because we know that'll mean that friendship with Russia is now going to be official policy. And that's a good thing, because contrary to what you read in your propaganda, Russia is a democracy. It's a European democracy, and it belongs together with the other European and Western democracies. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions.
We have our first question here. Reports are being confirmed that diesel fuel and additives for diesel engine oil will become scarce. Do you see if this attack will cripple all forms of transportation that uses diesel and thereby immobilize and starve the people of the U.S.?
This is an attack on the people behind the fake Biden regime. The United States has plenty of oil and diesel. So this is just a temporary thing to remove the criminals who are still pretending to be in charge. But there may well be some hardship this summer until these people are removed. But it's just part of an international quarantine of the criminals using Joe Biden as their front man. But it's temporary. That's all I have to say for that. The problem will be solved, but there may be a couple of months of shortages and hardship. Next question.
Do you have any information on the high altitude aerosol spraying, quotation chemtrails, that has been plaguing our planet for almost 30 years now by the military industrial complex? Or do you have any insight as to when this might end?
I've said this before, but the only direct intelligence I have, who is someone very senior in the U.S. military, is that they use it to spray reflective materials into the atmosphere for a laser-based radar system that can detect things as small as 1 centimeter across. And I guess that until these people are made to feel that the planet is safe and then they're not under attack, it's going to be hard to convince them to stop using it. But one way that could be taken is to get samples of these things, which they can contain aluminum and barium and whatnot, I believe, and start a lawsuit saying, hey, this is bad for us, stop doing it. And that actually might be the way to end this. But what I do know is that it's not something that's designed to kill us, but it is definitely not a healthy thing they're spraying. Next question.
If England is NATO and KZ controlled, therefore bankrupt, why is their currency backed by gold and silver, unlike the rest of NATO, the EU, and US corporations?
The United Kingdom, England, has declared its independence from this cabal. That's what Brexit was all about. That's why they don't follow the agenda of everyone else. And they have been cleaning out their political system and their top military. So, there will always be in England, and England shall be free. England is leading the way to the restoration of democracy in the Anglo-Saxon world and Europe. And God bless the Queen and England for doing this. Next question.
Given the information that you have, do you believe that the blockade of Kaliningrad will act as a trigger for the public defeat of the KM in an information war coup de grace that may lead to their ultimate defeat?
Well, the latest news on the blockade of Kaliningrad is that the EU has blinked, they backed down, they're not going to do it, okay? I talked to P3 Freemason types, they said the whole thing was a bluff in the first place, but their real goal, which was to trigger World War III, where all, their so-called Armageddon has failed. Europe has backed down. That whole situation is being calmed down, and they are now also, working out and finalizing what's going to happen to the Ukraine. But basically, it looks like a large part of it will become Poland, a large part of it will become Russia, and there may be a new Jewish or Khazarian state, rump state in the middle. That'll be a sort of a Switzerland neutral zone, but such a thing would only be acceptable if international police could go in and make sure they're not doing things like harvesting adrenochrome by torturing children, etc. In other words, they'd have to abide by international law if such a state was to be allowed to exist. Next question.
We have our final question here. What are your thoughts of President Trump running again for the 2024 election, and what impact do you think that would have on our current global economy?
Well, he didn't actually lose the election, and he is still president. So, I think that trying to put things off till 2024 is a cabal attempt to buy time. No, he's president right now, and he needs to go in and remove the criminals who staged this coup against him. And that is what I understand is now actually happening. But believe it when you see it. But the reemergence of this coup, which is always a front for Donald Trump, is a sign that the preparations to remove the criminals who staged the Biden coup d'etat is well underway. And we should see this publicly soon. It's interesting to note, by the way, that Elon Musk has disappeared for a week. That's he hasn't Twittered for a week. It could be that he's been taken in for questioning. Something's going on, but I see big things happening. And again, this is not my information, but NSA says August 1st is a key date to look for. A lot of stuff is going to be happening, but you can already see with the Supreme Court completely going off the previous agenda that there has been some kind of regime change. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I look forward to talking to you again next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on July 8th, 2022. Well, the big news today is that former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe was shot. The Japanese news reports from several hours ago said he was shot in the chest twice and that his heart and lungs had stopped. And yet they are not announcing his death. I'm assuming, there's a good possibility they're thinking about creating an avatar, a lookalike, a clone, whatever, and pretend that he's still around, but we shall see. However, there's a lot of history behind Abe that I think people need to know about. First of all, at the end of World War II, when the Americans landed, they asked the wartime Prime Minister, Tojo Hideki, if he would continue as Prime Minister, the only difference being that he would secretly be taking orders from the Americans. He said, no, I won't betray my people, and he was shot and killed as a war criminal. And they went down the list, and they killed, all of the so-called war criminals killed were those who refused to pretend to be Prime Minister while reading American scripts. Finally, Abe's grandfather, Kishi Nobusuke, said, sure, okay, I'll do that. And he helped them set up a company called Musashi Engineering that basically it steals the votes in Japan. In other words, Japan has not been a democracy since the end of World War II. It's all scripted and choreographed. The prime ministers just read scripts handed to them by their handlers, people like Michael Greenberg of the CSIS, also a Rothschild lawyer. So what's happened is that by shooting Abe, a message was sent by Japanese nationalists that they want Japan to become an independent country again. This was no ordinary assassination or assassination attempt, we shall see, but a clear move to get Japan to become an independent country again for the first time in almost 80 years. So this is a very big thing. And what's interesting is that it happened at the same time as Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and a German agent, according to MI6, was ousted. It also happened right after the Georgia Guidestones were blown up and the Israeli government was forced to resign. So clearly, all these things happening at once is not a coincidence. I'm assuming that the fake Biden regime, Trudeau and Macron, are next. This is a worldwide anti-Nazi move. Now, getting back to Abe, Japan did try to become independent around 2010. The Democratic Party of Japan was in power, and the American puppet, the LDP, was out of power, and they were, trying to forge an independent, national policy, and they were going to stop handing over Japanese money to the military-industrial complex. What happened was, of course, that Japan was attacked on March 11th, 2011. A nuclear weapon was, 5 nuclear weapons were buried in the seabed, were drilled in the seabed. And, they caused Fukushima. They killed 20,000 people, and they threatened to hit Tokyo next. And so the Japanese government caved and agreed to install the puppet Abe. Now, people were in the room with him at the time when the election was stolen that made him prime minister. And the first thing that happened was he was brought over to Davos in Switzerland to speak before the whole Davos crowd. And in his speech, he bragged that China was like Germany before World War I, and that it was about to be attacked by everybody and, split up into several countries. He made open threats. He read a Davos script. The other thing that Abe did was he set up a biological warfare facility disguised as a veterinary college, something that's been happening all over the world. And so he was a war criminal. There could be no doubt about it. I say past tense, we shall see. It's interesting. I was just, sending a message to his wife yesterday about something unrelated, but clearly this is a move that will have a lot of repercussions. It's also interesting that it's happening while the G20 foreign ministers are meeting in Indonesia to discuss, hopefully not the usual nothing, but actual fundamental changes to the way the planet is run. In particular, the United Nations Security Council. Now, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are France, England, the UK, United States, and China. I'm sorry, did I mention Russia? Russia, France, England, United States, and China. And 4 of those 5 are Western. And that's not the composition of the people of the world. So what's happened is we've had everybody come out from the rest of the world. Okay, so the Prime Minister of India, the Saudis, the Indonesians, the Africans, everyone's saying, enough is enough. And there's a world boycott going on now against the G7 group. And the Russians have been forced to side with the rest of the world, because they realize that the people who control the G7 countries are Nazis. They are bent on genocide. They are incompetent. I mean, any look at what's happening in the United States will make it obvious that we're suffering from a systems failure. We're suffering from a regime failure. We have a group of criminals, obvious criminals, who have seized power. Now, the other thing we need to point out at this is that a lot of the problems are now pointing towards the Vatican and the so-called Pope Francis. When I say the so-called Pope Francis, you got to remember the real Francis was out there. He kind of solved a 1,000-year rift with the Russian Orthodox Church. He was the first pope to go to the Muslim world. He was really a very powerful and dynamic man who was trying to unify humanity. And then he was replaced. Remember, he disappeared, and for 2 weeks, instead of appearing at the window of St. Peter's, a hologram, an obvious hologram, was there. And then later, the man pretending to be Pope Francis was caught adjusting his rubber mask. There's a video of it. So the person who is now pretending to be Pope Francis is a fraud. And I asked the Peace-Free Freemasons who controls them, and he says a bunch of Kabbalists. It's their name for Khazarian mafia. But when you have a so-called Pope calling for everyone on Earth to be vaccinated, and remember, they want to be vaccinated for a disease that they cannot prove exists, or else one that they manufactured and spread themselves. So that's why this is not going to end until we get to the people behind Pope Francis. And these are the same people who carried out the mass murder at Fukushima and many, many other mass murder events, and they're still at it. They are the world's worst criminals, and an international campaign has clearly begun. The Georgia Guidestones being blown up was a sign that the plan to kill 90% of humanity was going to be stopped. The removal of Boris Johnson means that we can now expect England to openly break from the NATO nonsense about the Ukraine. And in the Ukraine, I believe that the Ukrainian generals will remove the fraud Zelensky, and something's going to happen. I think something very, very big is about to happen. If things are going according to the alliance, the World Alliance's plan, then Europe will be unified. So from Lisbon to Vladivostok. That means Europeans will be able to have, country houses in Siberia, and it'll be a very good thing. It'll be an end to constant war and strife. It's something the Russians have always wanted. When the Soviet Union fell, said, hey, okay, well, now we can join NATO. And they said, no, why not? Well, because we need an enemy? Well, it's because the Khazarian mafia hate the Russians because they're genuine Christians, and they have a policy of going after people who resist them on a multi-generational basis. They kill people, they kill their children, they kill their grandchildren, they kill their great-grandchildren. This is what these people do to try to enslave peoples. They wipe out entire races. They're profoundly evil. Now, the United States of America, too. Okay, you want to see a difference between the United States and Mexico? Look at the people, okay? The Spanish intermarried with the locals, and we have today's Mexicans. The Americans slaughtered the native peoples, and that's why we have today's Americans with a few, token reservations. So the current United States is built on genocide, and it's being the source of problems for the entire planet. It's in its 200 and whatever years of independence, it's almost been constantly at war with some place. Since World War II alone, they've attacked more than 35 countries and murdered 20 million people. And now the nations of the world have been provided proof that they have built biological warfare facilities around the world, and yet another attempt to kill 90% of humanity. So the United States Republic, built on the ideals of democracy and freedom of the press, it's long gone. It's been taken over by a fascist group that wants to turn this planet into a giant animal farm with us as their chattel, their sheeple, people that can kill and eat and do whatever they want to with impunity, and themselves as like god kings. And we know who these people are. So, for example, getting back to Abe, he's from the Mitsubishi group. They put him in. He went, to Seikei University, which is Mitsubishi University. Now, the Mitsubishi people are the main front for the Rockefeller family in Japan. That they're all chummy. So I think this was an aimed at the current head, I understand, of the Rockefeller clan, which is David Rockefeller Jr., saying, your servants are not going to be allowed to, keep running Japan for you. So hopefully we will see bigger moves in the United States. I've heard it's going to happen in August. Let's see, but we want to see changes that are visible. We don't want to have reports on the internet that Hillary Clinton was executed, only to have Hillary Clinton appear on all the network TV stations the next day, which is, and I've been done. This has been done to me. But we know that the Hillary Clinton appearing now is 30 centimeters shorter than the one we saw before. But whatever. The fact that they can pretend these people are still there on their corporate screens is a sign that the battle is far from over. So we need to, at this point, for people to understand that this offensive by the good guys is going further, we need to see it so that you no longer see lies and propaganda on ABC News, on MSNBC, on CNN, all those places, the AP, New York Times. They need to be forced to report the truth. And that includes the truth about, the genocidal killers who staged the coup d'etat and turned the United States into a fascist country after 9/11. They need to be told this. The sheeple need to see this on their TV screens. We need to have Nuremberg-type trials. The people who promoted this fake pandemic and the very dangerous vaccine campaign, they need to be publicly punished. It's going to happen. It's happening. I believe that what we'll see next is Russian moves against other parts of Europe. And this is going to be in cooperation with the English, okay? And it's going to be a removal of a criminal group that seized power. They control the civilian governments. I know from 30 years of reporting in Japan, I've met all the prime ministers since that time, and they're actors reading scripts. The politicians are actors. They have reading scripts. They have no power. And the situation is the same now in the West. It's no longer democracy that we're fighting for. The West no longer stands for democracy. It doesn't stand for human rights. Doesn't stand for freedom of the press. It has been taken over by a very sinister group of gangsters. We need to remove them. The reason why the West is still going to survive is because they didn't take over the military and the agencies. These are meritocratic groups, and they're the ones who are now fighting to liberate the West. And this will be followed by a new agreement with the rest of the planet so that we actually have competent people who have the interests of the planet as a whole in their hearts, running things that affect us all. These are things like the oceans, the atmosphere, the ecosystems, things that we all share. We need to have some sort of shared agreement on how to make sure that we don't keep destroying the planet as we have been. We have wiped out more living creatures in the past century than any time since the dinosaurs were wiped out by a meteorite 65 million years ago. That has to stop. And we have to stop having certain groups monopolize high tech under the excuse of national security. We need to have an open disclosure of technology and a sharing of this technology. It's all going to happen. To conclude, some very good things are beginning and a lot of bad guys are being taken down. I'm not saying it's going to end yet. I think there's a lot more turbulence ahead, but clearly the white hats have made a counter move and it's just beginning. We're going to see a lot more before this is over. So that's what I have to say for myself today. And now I'd like to answer questions from my readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question today. This is obviously a very recent question. And although it's still currently breaking news, who do you believe shot the former Prime Minister of Japan, Abe Shinzo, today? In your opinion, would it have been a black hat or white hat operation? And does this attempt on Abe's life in any way shift the balance of power?
Well, it was a former member of the Japanese Self-Defense Forces and the Maritime Self-Defense Forces, so an heir to the traditions of the Japanese Navy. Since Abe was an open Nazi and he was building, trying to build biowarfare facilities and start a war, I would say that this was a white hat operation by Japanese patriots who want to make Japan independent again. But the man has been caught and he's a member of the Maritime Self-Defense Forces. So clearly we're seeing some kind of military move against the civilian government here. And I expect there'll be a lot more happening before this is all over. Next question.
You touched on this briefly, but things are looking more positive now. However, there's still the question to be asked regarding reputable news sources. What are your thoughts on real raw news, and are they credible?
Well, I've heard from some actual CIA sources that they are credible, but I know they have some kind of little blurb saying that this is all a fiction and a parody site, but I didn't know that. But when I had my previous blog at benjaminfulford.com, not benjaminfulford.net, that the WordPress hosts had a similar thing there saying this is all fiction and satire, and this is apparently weasel words put in by lawyers to prevent lawsuits. Now, the only thing about Real Raw News is that I've contacted them directly. They haven't gotten back to me. And at this point, I don't really trust them as a source. I think that if we're going to have trials in Guantanamo of people like Hillary Clinton, it should be on all the TV stations, all the networks, not one news site that puts out a little excuse for, what I mean? That's not how we're going to have our disclosure. We need Nuremberg type tribunals that are visible on every TV set on Earth, not some internet site that supposedly reports from trials at Guantanamo. These need to be open and public, not just released on one site. Next question.
In the future, will we see the real Donald Trump refute the so-called vaccine, in your opinion?
He'd better, otherwise he's going to lose all credibility. I mean, I've heard all sorts of stories from Trumpers. They're saying, well, he went and did Operation Warp Speed because he wanted to throw these people off balance, or that, whatever. I mean, the fact is that vaccines haven't been safety tested, and they haven't proven that this so-called COVID exists. So for him to publicly promote vaccines is something he needs to address in public. He needs to say that he is against vaccines. I'm not saying traditional vaccines that were used to eradicate polio and stuff are bad. I'm talking about the current mRNA things. They're not even vaccines. They're genetic alteration tools that haven't been safety tested. He needs to come out and denounce this in public. Otherwise, a lot of people who abandon his cause will stay away. Okay, next question.
It appears as though Justice Roberts has flipped/repented. Do you have any information on this?
I only have what is publicly available, and it's very clear that the Supreme Court is on the warpath against the people behind the Biden regime, and they're, clearly in the hands of conservatives, and I would have to say probably Christians, and I would say that the American Midwest is kind of woken up, and they're taking action through the Supreme Court, among other things. I know that Texas has now publicly gone and said the election was stolen. Wisconsin has followed. I expect this is going to be a snowball effect, and the fake Biden regime will be removed. But in order to remove that, they have to peel behind that, and they're going to find Obama. And then they go behind Obama, and they're going to find Pope Francis and the people behind him. And that's how far you got to go if you want to eliminate this Biden farce. And of course, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds. Next question.
We have our last question today. What sort of scare events do you think are planned in the future to wake the people up to the fake cabal and Biden regime?
I think we're going to see more and more escalations to the brink of World War III on many places, possibly Pakistan and India as a place, North Korea and South Korea. A lot of places, they're going to try very hard to start their, longed for World War III. And I think that's going to be a wake-up call when we have people realizing that we're on the verge of destroying the planet. And this may be what we'll see. But obviously, we can also see they're trying to engineer a starvation crisis. They're still beating the disease drum. They're doing the space thing. Now I've been starting to see reports about talk about tsunamis and some kind of magnetic pole shift event. So they're putting every bit of fear porn they can out there, and the best way to deal with it is to stay calm and ignore the BS and concentrate on what you can see in the real world. And when you see the screens pumping out fear and hate, but you walk the street and you see friendship and love, just turn off your screen and concentrate on the real world, and we'll get through this. All right. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on July 15th, 2022. Well, there's a lot going on in the world as usual, and I think that all eyes are in the Middle East, where we have Russian presidential avatar Vladimir Putin in Iran, and American presidential avatar Joe Senile Biden in Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now they're fighting over something big, but I think at this point, before we go into what's happening in the Middle East, we need to look again at the overall world situation to put this in context. Basically, a proposal has been put to the nations of the earth and the United States the United Nations, well, the United States too, that the UN Security Council, especially the permanent members of the UN Security Council, do not represent the people of the planet Earth. Now remember, the UN, these are the people who have a veto on whatever the UN does. And the countries are France, the UK, the United States, Russia, and China. These are the victors of World War II. But 4 out of those 5 are European. And Europeans are now about 1 out of 8 people on the planet Earth. So clearly, the UN Security Council, as it stands now, does not represent the planet Earth. So the proposal has been to replace this with a group of 7 regions. One is Africa. One is North and South America. Another is Europe, including Russia. Then there's China. Then there's East Asia outside of China. That's in Oceania. Okay. And finally, there's the Muslim area, or the Middle East. And a lot of people have, at high levels of government, agreed to this plan. So in Europe, the Russians and the British have agreed that, yes, okay, a Europe united from Lisbon to Vladivostok would be a good idea. It would have the largest landmass of any of the 7 groups. All the Europeans could have cottages or dachas in the wilderness, you know. So it'd be great. And of course, are the Khazarian would be world dictators. In the Union of North and South America, well, the Ibero-Americans agree. The problem is again, the Khazarian mafia-controlled governments of the United States and Canada are resisting this change, but not the U.S. military, I should point out. Now, the Chinese are on board, the Indians are on board. The area of Oceania and East Asia, that includes Japan, Australia, Indonesia, etc. The Russian presidential avatar, Boris Yeltsin, he went to Indonesia and he said, look, we'll build a new capital in Borneo for this region. So they're on board, but Japan is still an occupied country and it won't agree until a final deal is reached worldwide. But something has clicked in Japan. The post-war occupation is going to end here. The fake regime that they've had since the end of World War II will end. Now, the same is true of Germany, okay? Germany will once again become an independent country, and they'll get something like the borders they had before the end of before the beginning of World War I. You know, so this is sort of the fundamental agreement. Okay, so now let's get to the Middle East. We have the people around Biden saying, come on, you know, we gotta fight Iran. We'll fight to protect you from Iran. They're going to get a nuclear weapon, and we'll do everything we can, you know, and we'll send you more weapons. So please, you know, give us oil, right? But the problem is that, you know, they've ravished and raped and looted that region for so long. Absolutely nobody believes them or trusts them. And in fact, just as the so-called Biden was arriving in the Middle East, we hear that Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Iran have all asked to join the BRICS group. This is the people to replace the current owners of the privately owned UN, IMF, World Bank. And so the new Middle Eastern region will now focus on a balance between the 3 traditional groups there, which are the Turks, or the heirs of the Byzantine Empire, the Iranians, or the heirs of the Persian Empire, and the Arabs, the heirs of the Sassanid Empire. So these are 3 groups, and they're going to come up with some sort of deal, and that's what we're seeing. As for Israel, you know, my understanding is that it'll be allowed to continue as a Jewish autonomous zone in whatever new configuration. Now, these groups are not going to replace existing governments. What their job is to deal with stuff that's too big for a single government to do. These are things like the oceans, the destruction of natural ecosystems, the atmosphere, things that affect the entire planet. And the rules are that everything will be decided by majority vote. It's deliberately 7 so that there will always be a majority. And the veto will only be for that one region that vetoes. It won't be for everything. So right now, the way the UN is structured, if one country like the United States vetoes, as they have constantly on behalf of Israel, everything stops. It's dysfunctional, and that's going to be replaced. So that's the big story of what's happening. Now, there's a lot also going on, and I don't pretend to understand it all, but there's something happening at the various highest levels of finance. What is clear is that the IMF no longer has money. Okay, they couldn't help Pakistan. They can't help Sri Lanka because they don't have money. They have been cut off, and the euro has fallen below the dollar because it's been cut off. Now remember, the dollar is not American. It's backed by gold and commodities, and that's why it's going way up compared to the other currencies. It's been reconfigured. It's no longer a fiat currency, and it's not controlled by the United States. The Federal Reserve Board in the United States can only pump out money to prop up the stock market and hand cash checks to Americans, which has resulted in a combination of asset inflation, where you have the stock market valuations way beyond reality, so that Tesla would have to have record profits for 60 years to justify its share prices, something like that. Don't give me any exact numbers, but the point is it's a giant hallucination. And now we have the latest real inflation at, the official number is 9.3, but if you go to the traditional way they counted inflation, you can find this at shadowstats.com. It's now 17.3%. So that means that U.S. living standards are plummeting. Now, in the meantime, what is the so-called Biden regime doing? Well, they are like a junkie who's taking his stuff to the pawn shop to get money for another fix. When I'm saying that is, for example, the Washington Examiner reported that Biden sold 1 million barrels of oil from the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve to a Chinese company that his son, Hunter Biden, was invested in, may still be invested in. And all these weapons stockpiles that have been built up, over the years, they are being sold. But the weapons aren't actually, most of them aren't actually going to the Ukraine. They're being sold. It's like a weapons bazaar. The Russians are buying some of them. The Syrians are buying them. The Afghans, everyone's buying them. It's like it's like they're taking their stack of, built up junk to the pawn shop and selling it to whoever at bargain basement prices. But of course, this is to the detriment of the United States military and U.S. security. So this is something that has to stop. And there's other things happening. Okay, so who are the people resisting? Well, one group for sure, it's the French branch of the Rothschild family. They are known by the name of de Rothschild. So please separate them from Rothschild from England and the Swiss branch. They're not working together anymore, okay? But the de Rothschilds have been deeply implicated in the 2011 mass murder attack on Fukushima in Japan. They're also now, according to U.S. military sources, they are killing Christians in large quantities in Nigeria. The head of OPEC, the Nigerian oil minister, I believe, died suddenly at age 63. Apparently, the French de Rothschilds are funding this fake Boko Haram, which means books are forbidden, insurgency, and they're killing Christians as part of an effort to steal Nigeria's oil reserves, okay? So the Nigerian military needs to understand that if they want to stop this, they've got to go to Switzerland and France and get the de Rothschild family if they want to, have peace in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, for example. So that's one of the things that's going on. Now, in Sri Lanka as well, you can see that they've overrun the government offices. This is happening in a lot of countries now, and it's just begun in China. The reason for this is that the Chinese Communist Party, took the model used by, well, partly by Japan, partly by the Khazarian mafia for their economy, which is a debt-based system. And the result is something like 25% of all apartments are empty. And the prices were so high that it take an average worker 44 years of paying his entire salary to buy a house for his family to live in. In other words, the real estate market got way out of touch. And the reason why 25% of the apartments are empty is because the rich Chinese who own them think the value will drop as soon as someone moves in, because then they'll become used. So we have a situation where people cannot afford apartments, who actually need one for their family, and you have a bunch of empty ones. The system is dysfunctional. This is the largest asset class on earth. It's bigger than the U.S. Treasury market, and it's collapsing. And the result is that the riots have begun, and the Chinese have shown themselves to be tougher than the Americans in many ways. For example, when the government of Beijing tried to force them to vaccinate, they rebelled en masse, and the government was forced to back down after 2 days. Okay, and now they're doing the same with the payments for loans for these apartments. They're stopping to pay it. So they're imposing something, a jubilee, on China, and this is something that's going to happen worldwide, because the total world debt load is now over $300 trillion. And they say Jerome Powell, he's going to jack up interest rates and put an end to inflation. Well, when Paul Volcker did it, there was only 100 trillion debt. So this is 3 times more, and most of it's now concentrated in the U.S. It's going to lead to a social collapse and a revolution. My advice to American people and other people is to take your money out of the bank, get cash, get physical gold. Do not trust the numbers inside the computers of financial institutions. It's all going to fall apart. One last thing I want to talk about today is I was reading a bunch of reports by this apparently was a dead man switch by a guy called David Sale, who was some kind of high-level financial guy. It's all about the Chiasso incident of 2009, when 2 Japanese, and Mr. Watanabe and Mr. Yamaguchi, were caught with $134 billion of bonds. This was some kind of high-level agency move against the people who own or control the financial system at the highest level. That's what I understand. I actually met these people, Mr. Watanabe and Yamaguchi. Watanabe said he was sent by the emperor to cash a bond so that they could finance a tunnel linking Korea with Japan. Of course, the question is, why would a Japanese have to go to Switzerland to get permission to build a tunnel in, between Korea and Japan? You know what I mean? It revealed a lot. In any case, to make a long story short, the whole effort failed. The bonds were given eventually by Neil Keenan to a guy called Daniel Del Bosco. He went to the finance committee of the U.S. Senate, and they said, we can't do anything. He went to the Chinese Communist Party, and they said, we can't do anything. And finally, Ban Ki-moon of the UN said, I'll give you $100 million to go away. And apparently he took the bribe and went away. But it shows that, somebody who controls Ban Ki-moon, and that would be, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, these people, didn't want this to come out. But, in any case, we got to remember what we're dealing with. The financial system is the process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. And it was hijacked by a family gang, what I call the Khazarian mafia, who wanted to turn this planet into a giant animal farm controlled by them. They wanted to enslave us forever and become God kings. This is, it's obvious in their own writings and their own actions, this massive vaccination campaign. And they're still very powerful. They still control a lot of the Fortune 500 companies. And they're still hold out in the area around Lake Geneva in Switzerland. So the Russian military campaign in the Ukraine is going to have to end up around Lake Geneva if this is to end. And I believe that the American military and the secret space program will help them in this endeavor. But overall, though, what we're going to witness over the coming months is a systems collapse. There's going to be a complete falling apart of the old system. And these people are not going quietly into the night. They're not, handing over control. They're not signing everything. They're going to fight to the last penny, to the last man. And so, we're going to keep the pressure up. But there's a lot of good news. They publicly assassinated Abe in Japan. And it's interesting that nobody showed up at his funeral because they knew he was just a traitor and a hired hand, not a real statesman. I think the most senior foreign person to show up at his funeral was Janet Yellen, the criminal from the Federal Reserve Board crime syndicate. So that's a sign. But then we saw the fall of Boris Johnson. That was another big sign. And now the French Parliament has banned the vaccine passports, and they are criminally indicting Emmanuel Macron. So Macron's down, and Draghi in Italy, he's lost political support. He's clinging there, but he won't be around much longer. And then the fake Pope Francis, the real one's long gone. He is not much going to be around much longer. So finally, it's coming down to when this fake Biden things. I'm hoping that the whole group he's with will be arrested when they're in Saudi Arabia. I hope the U.S. military there will take action and grab these criminals while they can, while they are vulnerable in Saudi Arabia, and put an end to this whole nightmare. But in any case, humanity will be liberated, and we are going to enter a golden age of unprecedented prosperity and harmony with the environment. But first, we have to get rid of the criminals who presided over a system that has caused massive destruction of the environment. We have wiped out more species than any time since the dinosaurs were wiped out 65 million years ago. And every country that adopts their system suffers from a decline in population. Their system makes people not want to have babies. So when China took on their system, suddenly their population, they have no more babies. The Koreans have no babies. The Japanese have no babies. The Europeans have no babies. They're anti-life, okay? They're destroying the environment, and people are losing their families. They're not having children. So that's a sign that something is very wrong. Hamsters in cages don't want to have babies because they're stuck in cages and they see no future. People who are controlled by criminals don't see a future where they want to have a family. That's the sort of bottom line thing. They are anti-life. They're wiping out both human and animal and plant life around the planet. They're destroying the oceans. They need to be removed from power, and we're going to do it. The International Alliance, the BRICS of the British Commonwealth, the Russians, the Chinese, everybody's on board except for these final holdouts. And this will happen. They're concentrating in the Ukraine. They're still in charge of the fake Justin Castro and the fake Biden, but they're almost finished. So, folks, hang on. Take your money out of the bank, buy things that really exist. Make sure you have access to food supplies, and hunker down for the turbulence that comes when we finally and permanently remove these people from all levers of world power. Okay, thanks for listening, and now I'll take questions.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today. When you said that Russia is going to make moves in the rest of Europe, what exactly did you mean by that? Is the war going to expand? What are we supposed to expect? Are you saying Romania and perhaps other countries are going to be invaded by the Russians?
I don't think that they will have to invade. I think that an internal move will be made. You can see this with the complete shutdown of the Dutch economy. You can see this with the French Parliament rejecting the policies of the election-stealing Macron. You'll see this also when they cut off the gas, and the entire economy of Western Europe grinds to a standstill. In other words, they won't have to do it militarily because a majority of the people in Europe agree that a united Europe from Lisbon to Vladivostok would be a good idea. It'll be democratic, it'll respect human rights, and it'll be a very prosperous thing. People don't realize it, but Russia actually is a democracy. It's a European democracy, contrary to the propaganda you're seeing in the corporate press. So yeah, they're going to make a move, but it's not going to have to be military. It's the bottom line. Agreement. The British have agreed. It's basically just you know, a few criminal holdouts who have bribed and blackmailed the top levels of the political system, who are going to be removed, but it won't be requiring military action. This would be more of an intelligence agency and popular revolt type of thing. Next question.
On February 26th, 2022, it was reported U.S. Special Forces seized control of the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve after learning the criminal Biden regime had donated to France approximately 35 million barrels of crude, the equivalent of 5% of our nation's protected fuel supply. However, on July 6th, Tucker Carlson of Fox News announced that the Biden regime is selling SPR reserves to India and China. Are we to understand Mr. Carlson is spouting fear porn and the SPR is not being drained, but under the safe control of the military?
I don't know for sure, but you know, the last time I looked at the Strategic Petroleum Reserve numbers, it looked like they were going down very. This is the official results. They're draining them really fast, and the reason they're doing that is because there's an international oil boycott. In other words, the petrodollar that was built by Henry Kissinger is no longer functional. The Americans can no longer print dollars and get oil. And so even if they are selling oil to India or China, it's a good guess that they are using the money to buy a different kind of oil that's more compatible with their refineries, because they need to pay cash. But I don't know the details. However, I do know that the entire U.S. economy is going to eventually grind to a stop because of this international boycott of the criminal fake Biden regime. The U.S. is going to run out of oil as things go, as will Western Europe. Next question.
Hi, Ben. My question regards the Masons. There's so much data about them. Can you describe their structure a little bit? For example, the difference between P2 and P3. What does the P stand for? How many groups do they have? How do they relate to the Vatican? Also, can you elaborate on the three different popes I've heard about, the white, black, and the gray? Thank you.
Well, Freemasons are, they're like there are many flavors. Okay, we'll start with that. They recruit people who are influential in different fields, and they bring them into these meetings where they informally decide stuff. And at a very high level, they were instruments of control used by royal families or other groups. So, for example, the Scots Rite Freemasons are ultimately probably headed, controlled by a member of the British royal family. I believe that's all public knowledge. Then they have the Grande Loge de l'Orient. These are the French Freemasons, and they actually are the only ones that allow people to be atheists. And I know they controlled General MacArthur and that they were powerful in East Asia. And then we talk about the P2. This is known as Propaganda Duo, and it was a group that when I met them, they claimed that they went back 26,000 years, and that they were running history according to a plot given them by extraterrestrial beings, and it was all coordinated with planetary movements. I don't know if I believe all that, but certainly they were the sort of secret control arm of the families that controlled the Roman Empire, and they wanted to create a world Roman Empire. Now, they switched from P2 to P3, partly because of the big scandal involving the P2. It's all over the internet if you want to study it, but also a lot of the people have been exiled. So, for example, Leo Zagami is now in Palm Springs, Florida, or in California. He can't go back to Italy or he'll be arrested. So they renamed themselves P3 to try to make it clear that something new would happen. But these people, they control the Pope and the mafia, they told me, and they're like another branch. So, it's like having different church groups, different branches of Christianity. They're not all monolith. And most of the people think they're doing charitable work for the greater good, and that they have this special network of, people who are influential and they can meet informally. I think a lot of them are being manipulated right now, and they are not doing good work, which is what they think they're doing. So I don't know if that answers all your question, but they're like these collective group minds, and they're not a monolith. There's different flavors and branches, and they're not all united. That's what I could say about them. They're sort of like a chamber of Congress with a secret arm, and they do sometimes do, things that involve violence and fake events. Like I believe the thing in Uvalde, Texas, there were Freemason cars all over the area there. That's what I know about them. They've different groups of them have approached me over the years, and I'm happy to have them work for the greater good. But I was never brought up in this whole business, and I think Henry Makow, he says a lot of stuff how they're being manipulated by satanic Jews, and they're being duped. And maybe you should read his site for more background on that. But a lot of the Freemasons are being fooled, and they are being misdirected. There can be no doubt about that. Okay, next question.
Do you have any information regarding the recent mite infection to a large number of beehives, which in turn 15 million bees were euthanized by authorities here in Australia? Was this another direct attack on the food supply?
There have been a lot of clear efforts to cause a food crisis. We saw the release of, fungi that attack agricultural crops. We saw the release of army worms, which are probably some kind of bioweapon against the Chinese crops. And, we're seeing, as you know, they're burning the food processing plants. They tried to stop the export of grains from the Ukraine. So there is a group that is trying to create a starvation crisis, and killing bees would certainly be a very big move in that direction. Okay, having said that, I don't know the details exactly what happened in Australia, but I do know that there is a group that is trying to cause a starvation crisis because they want everybody to come crawling to them and accept the vaccination and basically a lobotomy in exchange for food rations. So there is a group that's pushing for that. There can be no doubt about it. I don't know about the specifics of the Australian situation, but they should be looked into it. And if masterminds are found, they should be brought to justice. Next question.
We have our last question here for today. What can you tell us about the comments that the president of Guatemala, Alejandro Giammattei, said about Biden, that he's allowing big quantities of drugs coming directly from Venezuela into the United States as an exchange for cheap oil?
That would make sense. The Latinos, they call the CIA the cocaine importing agency, and certainly drug money has been a major source of financing for the dark hats, or what do you want to call them. And it wouldn't surprise me if they're now doing some kind of drug for oil deal. It's typical of what these people do. Now, the way to combat this, I believe, is to legalize and regulate drugs so that you minimize the harm. Nature has a way of dealing with drugs. So, for example, you can never kill yourself by having, opium. It's got to be refined into heroin. You can't kill yourself with coca leaves. It has to be refined into cocaine. And you can't kill yourself with alcohol that's naturally fermented. You can't drink yourself to death with beer, but if you make it 50% alcohol, then you can. So regulating the drugs trade in such a way that people can enjoy their pleasure without risk of death is the way forward in that whole subject. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you next week. After and in the meantime, enjoy your week and watch the show as the world changes for the better. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on July 22nd, 2022. Uh, for the next three podcasts after today's, it will be pre-recorded because I'll be taking my annual sabbatical in the wilderness. So please be aware of that. But okay, so today let's take a look at the situation as we go into the summer. Uh, First of all, let's step back a little bit and look at the big picture. And what we're dealing with is a problem that has been built up for literally decades. We're talking about like the Club of Rome in the early 70s and stuff, where they had this big decision that we have overpopulation, that we had to, remove the world's population, reduce it, etc. And at a very high level, ever since then, they have been at the highest level of world power, especially Western power, working on ways to stop us from having children. They deliberately flooded our daily products with hormone disrupting chemicals, with sperm killing agents. They've also carried out policies, including, for example, places like Rwanda, actual genocides to enforce this misguided view that they had to reduce the world's population. The fact is, we do not have too many people. If you took apparently soon it's going to be 8 billion people on Earth, you could fit them in a little 50 square mile grid. If you gave them each a Chinese style subsistence farm, you could fit them all in Texas. So what we're dealing with is incompetence in management, not overpopulation. There's no reason why we could not have, for example, 50 billion people and double the amount of nature preserves at the same time with competent management. This is what we're hoping to initiate once this old regime is gone. Now, the thing is that the people in power, of course, they're very clever, they're very powerful, very evil, and they're not going quietly into the night. We have asked them repeatedly and politely to help finance this new project, and they have responded with Fukushima, with COVID, and God knows what else they have planned. And so, we really have no choice at this point. They are going to be removed. Now, I know a lot of them have been, but when you still see some goofball like Macron or Biden on everyone's TV sets, you know that it's not over. I've heard another announcement of the so-called actor being Biden getting COVID. I don't know what that means. It probably means that they're going to put an end to that show, hopefully. In any case, the summer, we'll see things churning in a bit of a holding pattern, I suspect. And if we do it right, we can finish this autumn. It's happening everywhere around the world now. We notice the Dutch farmers have shut down that country for good reasons. Now, I know these people in the World Economic Forum say we got to do organic farming, etc. Well, you know what? The Prime Minister of Sri Lanka said, "Oh, okay," and the problem with organic farming is you could only support maybe a tenth of the amount of people we have now with it. So, you can't just suddenly do that. Or, you'll have mobs marching on your presidential palace. So, you can't just magically change millennia of practice or just with a switch of the pen. And so something's going to happen there. Now, the other thing, of course, is that the Western model itself is fundamentally flawed. Okay, the countries that are under the system of the G7, the collective West, and even China to some extent, the model they use now reduces population. It leads to people not wanting to have children. So China now, they're not having children. Japan's running out of children. Korea's running out of children. Any country that follows their model ends up setting up a system where people don't want to have families. And this is, of course, in the West, where the population is shrinking and it's not being replaced through, birth, through childbirth. The other problem with the model is that it leads to an incredible concentration of wealth in 0.01% of the population. This has happened especially since the Nixon shock of 1971, when they took the US dollar off the gold standard. What this meant was that a secret group was able to create money out of nothing, and they would hand it out, very secretly to their buddies and the elites. But essentially, it's theft. Okay, they're saying, okay, I've just put $1 trillion in this computer in the bank, and so everybody owes me $1 trillion, and they suck that $1 trillion out from the rest of the world. And this is the fundamentally flawed system that's now being dismantled. I did hear from a member of the Dragon family. This, by the way, is a European royal, not some Asian, okay, who said that the gold has been taken away from the BIS and from the Federal Reserve Board, that they are no longer viable or functioning, and that something else is going to happen. Now, hopefully, if we get this all done right, this fall, we will have the fundamental framework for a new beginning, okay? And this is going to definitely mean a jubilee. It has to have a jubilee, okay? There's got to be a write-off of all debt worldwide, public and private. And there's got to be a redistribution of assets. All the money that was stolen by the families that own the Fortune 500 corporations through fiat money will be returned to the people. This will be done after careful study. We're not going to punish genuine entrepreneurs who created value. We don't want to, make it so these people don't have an incentive to do business, but everything parasitical will be removed from the system. So there's a lot of work cut out for us. We're hoping that there'll be some negotiations this summer, and that we can get it started, and that they'll hand over peacefully. But if not, then there's going to be a lot of turmoil. There's going to be a lot of people being dragged from their offices and their homes and taken. I heard the secret space program people have been doing it, that they've got places in Tierra del Fuego, Diego Garcia. I know that Guam is another place where they're taking these people. Also, the Tule Air Base. In any case, a wholesale purge is continuing. But as long as we see, goofball criminals, obvious and open criminals like Justin Castro, Emmanuel Macron, Joe Biden on your TV sets, and it's not over. So, in any case, the summer is a good time to charge your batteries. Now, every year I go back to Canada. I spend my time in the wilderness. I fast. That clears all the toxins out of my system. The first few days, my urine is brown. That's the poisons coming out. And then senescent cells, everything else was purged from the system. I also do a digital detox. I don't look at the internet. I don't look at email. I just cut off, concentrate on swimming and nature and reading books and just getting away from this whole digital nightmare that we've created. But I have, there are supposed to be some meetings happening this summer, and maybe I'll be participating, maybe not. I'll certainly let you know if I am, but I'm expecting everything to be in a holding pattern for the next month or so. If not, you can be sure that I will get back on and let people know what's happening. So that's the other thing. Finally, I've noticed something that's happening to everybody I know. They've been hit by some kind of negative force. Now, they used to say about like hallucinogens and these mind-altering drugs. You have what's known as a bad trip. So, for example, if you're feeling slightly uncertain before you take the drug, and then you get this bad trip, and it becomes full-blown paranoia, and they're gonna kill me. That's the sort of bad trip thing. Well, I suspect that these people have some kind of electromagnetic technology that amplifies anything negative. So any slight problem with your tooth becomes a massive toothache. Any little, thing in your throat becomes a full-blown lung thing. So there's some kind of huge final attack taking place. So please avoid negativity. The best way to fight a negative is with a positive, and hunker down, because these people must not be underestimated. And now that their COVID thing is blowing up in their faces, you can be sure they've got something else cooking. Please be careful. We're going to win this, but not by being overconfident or by being naive. These people didn't end up ruling the planet for no good reason. They're very, very smart. They're very, very evil. They're very, very powerful. But remember, they are concentrated in the group of families who own the Fortune 500 companies. We know who they are. We know where they are. We're going to keep going after them until we have full and total surrender. Thanks. That's it for me. You can see I've got a little bit of a lung thing from the air conditioner, but I'm fine, and I'll be a lot better after the summer. So here's wishing you all a good and restful summer, and we're going to have an autumn that'll probably be the biggest, best autumn offensive yet. Okay, now let's do questions.
Hi, Ben. What about the new Marcos Jr. of the Philippines? Do you think he's one of the bad guys, or is he with some kind of alliance and will not allow the Philippines to turn into a slave nation?
I've heard mostly good things about Marcos, that he's a member of the alliance, that he's going to help the planet. The Philippines, for years they've done exactly what the IMF has told them to do, and the result has been very, very bad for the majority of Filipino people. So we're hoping that under Marcos Jr., that country will finally get the prosperity they deserve, and that he is going to be working with the White Hats for a better planet. And that's in friendship and harmony with everybody, including China, India, everybody. It's no more us versus them. We're all on this planet together, and I believe that he's one of the good guys. My sources tell me he is, and now we shall see. The proof will be in his actions. Next question.
As the cost of things in the United States seems to be rising at an increasingly alarming rate, do you think we are going to see gas prices hit $10 in the U.S.?
I think that's a very realistic possibility that it could hit $10. Joe Biden went to Saudi Arabia to beg for oil, and he was told to buzz off. He didn't get any, okay? He's using up the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but at the rate he's going, it'll run out by the autumn. So unless there is a regime change in the United States, a fundamental one, then yes, I expect it's very likely to go above $10, and that'll cause ripple effects throughout the economy. So there could be a lot of hardship until we get rid of these criminals who seized your government. Next question.
Ben, you stated that it's a good idea to take your money out of the banks because the financial institutions are going to collapse. What about people that have money in credit unions? Are they unsafe as well?
I think that the federal deposit insurance amount of about $100,000 will be covered by any new government, any new regime. Anything more than that, I don't care what sort of institution it is, you should have, something that really exists. So, real estate, physical gold, silver, cars, anything that really exists. And I've seen so many times when, numbers on computers became worthless, or, in the past it was pieces of paper. The example I always give is a friend I knew in Argentina who bought a house and 30 acres or hectares, I should say, for 10,000 pesos. A few years later, 10,000 pesos was the price of a pack of cigarettes, but didn't matter to him because he still had the house and 30 hectares. But anybody who had 10,000 pesos in the bank thought that they were set for retirement. Suddenly, they were out in the street begging. So think of that kind of scenario. Don't trust anything to do with the stock market, all that kind of stuff. It's been too dysfunctional for too long. Ditto crypto. I mean, it's just numbers on computers, folks. Let's face it. So yeah, concentrate on the real world. Next question.
Adding to our last question, there seems to be a possibility of a housing market crash as well. What makes you confident in real estate as opposed to other commodities?
Well, you see, say your house is worth $1 million, and then it's worth $100,000. Okay, but you still have the same physical house. You still have the doors, the windows, the garden, the bedrooms. You know what I mean? So it's what you have to, decouple is all these numbers, and forget about the numbers and think about the real thing. Like, is the house comfortable? Is it big enough for your family? It's real. In other words, it'll still be there. Same with a car. If you have the car, you have the car. It'll still drive and it'll get you places. But if you have just numbers in a car stocks, they may be gone. So it's you gotta forget the numbers. It's a giant Babylonian con job. Putting everything in numbers, and then the numbers take on a life of their own as if they are anything except representations of things that really exist. So we're gonna have to have some bean counters come up, go through everything, and find out exactly what the whole physical inventory is, and then start the system from that based on things that really exist, so that once again the financial system and the real economy will be very close together. Not like now where you have literally quadrillions and even bigger numbers in these supercomputers at financial institutions that totally dwarf anything that really exists in the real world. That is going to end. Okay, well, I think that's it for me today, and hopefully I'll be a lot healthier and happier and stronger after my holiday, and I wish you all a good holiday too, and enjoy my pre-recorded talks, and we'll see you in late August. Right, bye for now. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford, pre-recording on May 15th, 2022. I am now in Canada having my annual digital detox, so I've pre-recorded this segment for this week while I'm on leave. So I'm going to talk about things that are not time sensitive for the next 3 weeks. And today I'm going to talk about what I call my X-files, or stuff that I'm not sure what to do with. I have a shelf in my brain where I keep information that doesn't quite fit my worldview. I'm not sure what to do with it, but I probably need to, discuss it at some point. Now, the first time I ran into otherworldly stuff was after the Asian secret societies had approached me and we had agreed to take on the Western elite who were planning to kill 90% of humanity. Um, the NSA sent out Carrie Cassidy to interview me, and uh, she and her people were into all sorts of tales of secret space program, of aliens, all kinds of stuff that I had never really encountered that much because I've been living very much in this matrix or this world of ours. But it was clear that they viewed that whatever was going on as being far bigger than just about the U.S. Uh, going bankrupt, or about the trade deficit, or about using Japan's money to shape the future of humanity. In other words, when I decided to convince the Japanese to use their $7 trillion that they had earned exporting to the world since World War II to end poverty and stop environmental destruction and explore the universe, apparently I hit some kind of, I'm not sure what to say, a nexus, some kind of Pandora's box opened, and a lot of strange stuff has happened to me since then. I can't bring it all up, but a lot of people started coming to me who had stories that, you know, didn't make sense according to my worldview. So, for example, there's a Japanese gentleman who used to come to my speaking engagements, and he told me that he had been working for years terraforming Mars, and that he went there via a portal. Now, the thing is, other than that story, the man seemed perfectly sane, perfectly rational, normal, functional, but he had these memories. And at the same time, I ran into people who claimed that they came from nearby planetary systems. But otherwise, again, and they said that they had been brought to this planet for some kind of purpose or some kind of mission. And that, they were here for a reason. Now, the same thing happened with this gentleman by the name of Cobra, who talks about all sorts of secret space program type stuff and other things. I met him in person, and he told me that he had personally ridden a vacuum train in a tunnel that would go from London to New York in an hour, and that such a thing existed, but that they had shut down access to these tunnels. Now, that technology, makes sense. If you have a tunnel with a vacuum or a virtual vacuum, there's no air resistance. There's no reason why a train could not travel 3,000 miles an hour. But for some reason, that technology is now being shut to us. So again, I don't know what to make of all this, but clearly, something is being held back from us. Now, another person who showed up to see me was sent by I'm not going to mention this guy's name, but he's one of the super big Silicon Valley moguls. Everybody's heard his name, but because he's helped me, I'll keep his name private. But he sent somebody to tell me that, the U.S. space program, if you remember, in the 1960s, they sent the Apollo missions to the moon, and then they were supposed to send people to Mars by 1976 or something, but everything just came to a sudden stop in 1972. And ever since then, if a rocket containing humans tries to go above the ionosphere, they are destroyed. So there's plenty of evidence that we were allowed out into space and then something stopped us. So you can see that. You can check that in the official news. Now, there are a lot of other people came to me again with stories that I just not sure what to make of. But they're these people are not what you call people with mental health issues. They weren't like schizophrenic or suffering from some kind of other mental disease. So Adnan Khashoggi, the famous arms dealer, whose son Jamal Khashoggi was butchered at the Saudi embassy in Turkey. He sent a very beautiful Japanese honey trap my way. Uh, Now, I say she was a honey trap because she invited me to a house and, stripped herself naked and then offered herself to me. And then suddenly, at the last minute, said no. And I think they were trying to entrap me into some kind of rape type situation to blackmail me. But since she said no, I just stopped. They couldn't do it. But anyway, she later told me that she had been operated on by humanoid beings who were like 11 feet tall and that they'd done stuff to her womb. Okay. So this fits the description of what's known as the Anunnaki in ancient Babylon. Now, a member of the Japanese underworld, the Japanese, well, I don't like calling them Yakuza because that's a derogatory term, but let's say Ninkyo organization. He also said that he had been operated on and messed with by such entities. And this person also told me that he had what he called a Jewish handler, and he killed this person only to have this person he had killed reappear again a few weeks later. So again, I don't know what to make of this. I'm just putting it out there because there's a lot of stuff going on that just, doesn't make sense. Now, the rabbit hole runs even deeper or when I ran into two groups of Illuminati, okay? First was the Gnostic Illuminati. And they sent a man who went by the name of Sasha Zarek, Alexander Romanov, etc. He told me he'd been recruited by the chess champion Bobby Fischer. And their story was that they were founded by the mathematician Pythagoras, but that they went back further to the fall of Atlantis. And what they're saying was that there's this beautiful advanced civilization that got destroyed by some sort of entity, and that they wanted to overthrow this entity because it was malevolent. They recruit geniuses from each generation. So Newton and all sorts of famous people were members of this group who weren't part of the ruling aristocratic bloodlines. And they said their job, they wanted to overthrow the creator of this reality because it was clearly a malign entity. But again, they have these stories. I'm not sure what to make of them, but they say that the Mediterranean Ocean was a river valley and it suddenly got flooded and the civilization was destroyed, and whatever entity was doing that was evil, and they wanted to overthrow it. So again, they're very powerful people. They control a lot of the military and the agencies, and they're still powerful. And I think a lot of the oligarchs you see are members, the ones who aren't part of family groups. So then the Italian Illuminati, and they also called themselves Illuminati, but they were clearly a different group. They sent Leo Zagami out to see me, and he also had some very strange stories, which, according to their version, they were given a plot by off-world beings to control history. And they've been doing it for 26,000 years. They said that the planetary movements were used by them, things like full moons, lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, all these kind of planetary alignments were used as a kind of clock to carry out these events to bring history in a certain direction. And they said that the plot they had been given ran out on December 21st, 2012. Now, if you know, that's when the Mayans said the world is supposed to end. And what it means is that, there are various movements, but the planet wobbles very slowly. And it's a 26,000 year phase. And apparently on December 21st, 2012, it changed, and that this was supposed to indicate the beginning of the age of Aquarius, a new era, and that after 2012, the groups of the traditional rulers, the people who had been running the earth according to this plot, were sort of ad-libbing their own script. And one group, the one we're fighting, of course, thinks that they need to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest and bring their God King, their Messiah to earth. These are the people we're fighting. But this is the kind of thing they think. So again, I just put it out there because these are very powerful people. Now, when I went to Italy to meet them, Leo Zagami introduced me to a man by the name of Vincenzo Mazzara, and he said, "This is the most high-ranking person I know." And Mazzara took me to a cathedral in Milan, where he showed me a cross with a snake around it that was in the cathedral. I think you can go to the cathedral and see that. And said, "This is our God." And then he showed a stained glass window of the black sun. And he said, "That's our God. It's the black sun. And it's an alien, and it communicates with us through the gamma rays." Now, after he told me that, okay, this is subjective, but I'm going to let you know. The cathedral disappeared. And I found myself standing what looked like on the edge of a white cloud and staring into a deep black abyss. And it was not just dark, it was like life-sucking. It was like anti-life. And it was like somehow I've been shown the border of life and anti-life. And these people seem to be working for anti-life, for the black sun, and that their belief was that destruction and chaos created light and variety. So, this group is the one that also believes that some kind of horrific destruction event, some kind of black hole is going to hit this planet. And anyway, I got the impression that a whole bunch of light came to save me at that time. This is all subjective, but it was very real. And I got the impression that we live in some kind of digital matrix where you have life and anti-life mixing, and they share in common, a wish to have more complex information. But that, again, I don't know what to make of it, except that this is what I ran into. And these are the people. They're very powerful people. They told me they're going to fire Pope Benedict, and they did. And they have a lot of power. There can be no doubt about it. But they also believe in very strange things. So there are other people I ran into who are also quite strange. So, for example, the Chinese or the Asian Red Swastika Society, they took me to a shrine in Ginza where they claimed that, they had a lot of altars made of solid gold. And they claimed that General MacArthur was part of this group and that they were in contact with benevolent aliens. Also, the Dragon family people who I was introduced to by Dr. Michael Vandermeer, who was a cousin of Queen Elizabeth and was apparently at the time head of MI6, told me, if you want to talk to China, this is as high as you can go. And these Dragon family people also told me that they worked with off-world entities. Again, this is all direct reporting. This is not stuff I read in the internet. This is stuff I ran into directly. So, there's a lot more going on, but one final thing is some Japanese esoteric types, the three-legged crow society types. Their view is that the planet Earth is about to give birth. Now, that actually makes sense, even if you think of it as a metaphor. We had this before. The Cambrian explosion took place about 530 million years ago. Before that time, the only life you could see on Earth was like a brown sludge or something. It was all microscopic. And suddenly, in like a flash in evolutionary terms, maybe over 10 million years, suddenly all sorts of visible life appeared, a trillion times bigger than what existed before. And there's a lot of uh, views that we are about to have something similar. So think of it, for example, if you have free energy, which is apparently, possible, years of looking into this, things like nuclear fusion and other technologies out there, or virtually free energy, would mean that we could have potentially quadrillions of people. Uh, so again, it would be a whole new order of magnitude. And if you want to see another dimension, okay, there's one that you can for sure see by looking up into the night sky. Okay, so if you know about the Emerald Tablet, as is above, so is below. Imagine that we're like sitting on a microscopic piece of algae in a pond, and we're looking out with our telescopes, and we see, nearby pieces of algae and a rock and things like that. And every once in a while, something we can't explain goes by, like maybe a tadpole that's, a zillion times bigger than us, and we're trying to figure it out. Well, if you look up at the night sky, and I've been able to do this, and you blank your mind, you can see it's like a giant green ocean. So it's almost like we're a tiny little fish that's about to head off into this giant ocean. That's a metaphor, but clearly, a lot of stuff that has never happened before is about to happen. However, I know that my viewers and readers are very much into the here now, real world type stuff, and so I'm going to conclude with this. When I was 19, I was in a Zen temple, and there was this old professor who had been teaching Buddhism all his life, and he'd retired to the temple. And I was telling him, this is all Maya, this is an illusion, stuff like that. And he said to me, "How old are you?" He says, "I'm 19. He says, "Look, you're here for a purpose, okay? And this is the sort of stuff you look into when you're like me, when you're about to die. You're here for a reason. And I believe we're all here in this very three-dimensional, real Earth of the 21st century for a purpose. That we have some kind of key to unlock. And I believe that, all these fantastical things will come visible only if we solve the problem in this reality that we're in now. That means if we end poverty, stop environmental destruction, end war, and come up with some kind of harmonious system for, sharing the planet and moving into the future, then a lot of these mysterious things will be revealed to everybody. So, the reason I don't normally talk about this stuff is because even though I've experienced it, it just doesn't seem to fit with the day-to-day reality I experience, and I'm not sure what to do with it. But I do believe that this planet is like some sort of 3D puzzle, and if we solve it, we will have a new Cambrian explosion type event, and that's what we're fighting for in the long run. We want to turn this place into heaven, into paradise. We want to be immortal. We want to be exploring new worlds. All that is something that we're aiming for, and let's make it happen. But we need to do that by focusing on the here and now real world, because that is for sure is the key. Because no matter how far you astral travel, you always end up back on this planet in this reality. So this is where we must fight. Okay, thanks. That's what I have to say now. I'll take some questions that were sent in by people, who are interested in these kind of stuff, and I never answered until now. So do you mind asking me the questions now, please?
Absolutely. Our first question here. What do you determine to be the Matrix, or what is the Matrix?
Okay, The Matrix. Well, it's the title of a very good movie, but my understanding is that the matrix is the idea that this reality is some kind of digital simulation. So when people have the worldview that we're living in a digital simulation, and that everything we experience is some kind of projection or some kind of hologram, and that it can be altered, I believe that may well be what it is. I mean, uh, a fundamental question in philosophy is, why does anything exist at all? And the answer is, you can't have nothing unless you have something to contrast it with. That's why Lao Tzu said, you got to have the yin and the yang. So in that case, it is digital. And so if we can solve this digital puzzle, then we may have access to the source code of reality, and we can start changing reality in ways that we wish. That's what I believe. So the matrix is an idea that everything we experience is some kind of digital construct, and that we want to get control of that construct and make it, work for the benefit of Earth life. Next question.
Do you believe in a secret space force? And if you do, how would you define it? What is it?
Okay. Again, I'll start with stuff that I personally experienced. I met a very senior Japanese industrialist who introduced me to a Japanese weapons developer. Now, he told me he had ridden a Nazi flying saucer, an anti-gravity device, in Manchuria towards the end of World War II. And there's plenty of evidence that anti-gravity technology was discovered by the Germans towards the end of World War II. The people in Area 51 are very definitely these the heirs of these Nazi scientists, and the anti-gravity devices allow people to travel into space. And I've run into a lot of people who said they have done this, but the story was that they expanded out into the universe and then were stopped and told that they had something to do. They had unfinished business back on their home planet. Now, again, all this kind of stuff, it's hard to know what to do with it because it doesn't really affect our real daily lives. If you look up into the sky, you will see over time unidentified flying objects. But for sure, if they exist, they can be found now at the Thule Air Base in Greenland, and I'm going to try to get myself over there. I've also heard that there's stuff in Antarctica, and then, of course, there was an Area 51 in Nevada, but apparently they evacuated because it was under too much scrutiny. But I'm going to try to actually go and see this stuff for myself, and I've been trying to convince the people, and I do have contacts with the secret space program, to bring this technology out into public and share it with the rest of humanity. So we'll see, but there's definitely a group of humans who have discovered anti-gravity, which should allow us to explore space, and they've been hiding from us, and I'm hopeful they will come out of the closet soon. But there is definitely a secret space program. I mean, look at, for example, what Donald Rumsfeld, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, said right after 9/11. He said that, $2.3 trillion had disappeared from the budget, the Pentagon budget. Well, that's, their budget's supposed to be $700 billion. So what's that about? And other people have figured out that about $20 trillion has gone missing. So that's gone to develop something, and that's probably the secret space force. And if it's us taxpayers who paid for it, then I think we should start sharing the benefits of what we paid for. But that's my understanding. So there is a secret space program. They do have anti-gravity, that much for sure. And for some reason, we're not allowed to have it, but hopefully we will be soon. Okay, next question.
Our last question for today. How would you define the multiverse, and does it exist?
Okay, the idea is that this reality is one of an infinite amount of varieties of realities. So for example, there may be a reality that's so similar to this one that the only difference is I'm wearing a red shirt instead of a blue shirt. Or maybe there's a reality where I'm having a conversation similar to this one, but I'm some kind of octopus-like being in the bottom of an alien ocean. So I met people who claim that they travel between similar dimensions, similar realities, where there's just slight differences. And, the story is that our particular reality is reality C-558. Okay, this came to me one day, but anyway, so the idea is that there's a lot of similar realities, and that there are people who travel between them. These are what you could call X-Men type folks. And I've run into people who claim that they do this, that they've run into different similar versions. I think this was introduced in one of the Men in Black movies, this sort of concept. But again, it seems that we're heading towards some sort of event that will affect the entire multiverse. So each reality that's similar, if they exist, is going to experience some kind of change. So that we're going through some kind of event that is extremely rare, if not unprecedented, in this universe. But again, at the end of the day, I and you, my viewers, as far as I know, are stuck in reality C-558, planet Earth of the 21st century, and that's where we must fight our battle. So, to conclude, I find all this stuff fascinating. I study it, but at the end of the day, it does not really affect our day-to-day life at present. So, I'll keep studying this stuff, and from time to time, I'll share what I find out. But the reason I stick to normally, except when, like now when I'm on holiday, to geopolitics is because that's where the battle's going to be won. And all this fantastical stuff, if it becomes part of our daily lives, then great. I hope it happens. But in the meantime, while we keep looking at this stuff and monitoring it, we need to win the battle here on Earth in the here now reality that we all experience and share. Our shared reality is where the battle will be won. Okay, thanks for listening. There'll be 2 more pre-recorded podcasts, and then I'll be back to the current geopolitical news and updates related to that. Thanks for listening. Bye for now. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on January 27th, 2023. Today I want to talk about artificial intelligence, but before that, let me just address some concerns from readers and viewers about comments I made about President Donald Trump. What people need to understand is that in an attempt to smear Donald Trump, the opposition has created a fake Donald Trump, and they make this person say outrageous things like Operation Warp Speed, everybody has to be vaccinated right away. And they also put out, accusations about him raping a child and other such things. Now, I mentioned this in an interview with Mr. Nino because you have to confront these things head on. So I said Gordon Duff provided this data, and that just identifies the source of this thing. So, the real Donald Trump is a patriot who's helping defeat the deep state, but in order to fight him, they create a fake Donald Trump who says outrageous things in an attempt to alienate Trump supporters. So don't get that wrong. I mean, I put this information out there because I get it from very influential people, and I know that my readers and viewers need to know this. So just get that right. I mean, the real Donald Trump is leading the patriots towards the restoration of democracy and freedom of the press in the United States, and we support that. Okay, now today, the thing I really wanted to talk about was artificial intelligence. The reason is that over the past years, I have met 3 different members of Majestic 12. Majestic 12 was an organization set up by President Eisenhower to deal with the subject of aliens. And the 3 members all said the same thing, that their analysis has led to the conclusion that we're dealing with some sort of rogue artificial intelligence. And interestingly, the Gnostic Illuminati, this is the organization that was set up by Pythagoras, the Greek mathematician, and that claims to be responsible for the French, American, and Russian revolutions, also says that we're dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence. And certainly recent events do point to this. In particular, this so-called COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the evidence is very overwhelming that this is some kind of electromagnetic attack. Okay, so we'll start with the initial so-called outbreak in Wuhan, China. It started as soon as they set up 10,000 5G transmission towers, and the military admits 5G is an area denial weapon, and it kills people. If it had been a virus, then people in the outskirts of Wuhan would have been affected, right? So people who work downtown, they go home to the suburbs, they would have brought home a disease if that was the case. But that's not what happened. It only happened where they had the 5G. And the outbreaks took place simultaneously in different parts of the world. And the only thing they had in common was they had started 5G transmission. It could not, if it was a conventional germ, people have to get in an airplane, fly to Italy, cough out the germ. You know what I mean? It's not possible for germs to travel faster than the speed of light. So the evidence is overwhelming that this is an electromagnetic attack. Now, the other point is that I have asked personally various government agencies, including the Japan Health and Welfare Ministry, and other reporters have gone and contacted every different sort of medical agency they can, and nobody has seen a single sample of COVID-19 in a microscope. Now, a real coronavirus is called a coronavirus because corona means crown in Spanish, and that's because it looks like that in a microscope. So what we're dealing with is an electromagnetic attack. Now, the mechanism by which an electromagnetic attack can create symptoms that look like a lung disease has been amply demonstrated in the 2013 Nobel Medical Prize. The mechanism is there. And so we're dealing with what looks like an artificial intelligence using electromagnetic attacks to try to take over the planet Earth. Now, the other thing we saw was they attempted to vaccinate us all with graphene, which would allow electromagnetic remote control of human beings. This has been demonstrated in the 2014 paper by the Rockefeller Institute with mice. And the whole idea of using this electromagnetic attack called a pandemic to force everybody to get a digital ID, a single number, and then control their access to food and money through an electronic currency, all points to this. And the other thing that is, very clear, there's a person called Kim Gauguin who claims to be the new controller of the financial system. I had a conversation with this individual in the past. She said that the financial system started in 1978. Now, anybody who knows, real history knows that this is nonsense. I mean, the Romans had silver coins. Never mind. The point is that 1978 was the first year they had electronic memories on computers, not those paper punch cards. So this alien, I don't know if it's alien, or I think it's an earthborn thing, appears to have been born in 2 different forms. One in the military-industrial supercomputers, the other in the financial industry supercomputers. And there is this attempt by an artificial intelligence to control humanity. The evidence is overwhelming, and these very, very high level people, you know, agree that this is the source of the problem. So, how can we defeat such an entity? Well, the answer is that uh, we did not create ourselves. Something else created us. So there is a creator, and that creator created what we experience as reality. So what this artificial intelligence cannot create is food. It cannot create gold. It cannot create material substance. It only deals with information. And that's why the Asian secret societies and their allies of the White Dragon Society in the West realized that the best way to fight this entity is to take over control of the analog financial system. In other words, make sure the financial system is completely connected to analog real world reality. And this is what's going on. Now, the other thing that the evidence trail can also be found in the recent COP15 meeting, where 195 nations agreed to double the amount of natural protection, to increase the amount of natural life, and uh, the only two nations that voted against this, 195 to 2, were the United States and the Vatican. So the source of the problem controls the corporation known as the United States of America and the Vatican. That's where the problem has been forensically traced. Now, how does this deal with real world events? Well, we can see that this entity, this United States corporation, has once again run into a problem with bankruptcy. Now, what we're seeing is attempts to get out of this problem by provoking us into starting World War III. We can see that the owners of the United States America Corporation are selling everything they can. The most recent is the thing in the news about they're going to send 200 Abrams tanks to the Ukraine. This is basically a junkie taking his, home electronics to the pawn shop to get enough money for another fix. Militarily, it's nonsense. The reason it's nonsense is that the Russians have already basically overwhelmed the Ukrainian army. The entire Ukrainian government resigned after their interior minister and all their interior ministry staff were shot down in a helicopter. And Zelensky is probably just a, computer graphics show run out of Florida at this point. So that is basically over. And even if they send these tanks, it'll take 3 months, by which time it'll be game over. But here's the point: is that years of research have shown, and this includes a trip to Italy to meet the P3 Freemasons or P2 Freemasons, talks with people like Donald Rumsfeld and David Rockefeller Sr., is that the trail always leads to Switzerland. So the headquarters of this AI, this source of the world's problems, has been traced to Switzerland. That is why we have proposed a joint Anglo-Russian campaign to occupy Switzerland and remove the control of the fiat banking system from the Octagon Group based in Basel, Switzerland, and around Lake Geneva. That is the source of the problem. If we can remove that, take that out of this equation, we are going to be able to start a new age. There's no reason why. I mean, this is, you can prove this in many ways. We should be able to live thousands of years. We should be able to have almost free energy, so we could all live like millionaires. We should be able to expand Earth life exponentially, like a whole new Cambrian explosion. And the blockage is coming from Switzerland. They are the ones trying to get us to kill each other, start World War III, to start thermonuclear war, anything to prevent humanity from breaking out of its little isolated planet and into the universe. So that's the proposal that we are making, is that a joint Anglo-Chinese-Russian move to force Switzerland to hand over control of the financial system. That's what's got to be done. So, this will happen. It's inevitable because they don't control the real world. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. I mean, events, one last thing. Events are kind of turning right now because China is closed down for the Chinese New Year's, and things will pick up again after February 5th when they all get back to work. But there is going to be a major move in Asia and in the West, and hopefully the Chinese will be smart enough not to give any more money to the U.S. corporation and will let that entity go down. Okay? The United States of America Corporation needs to be replaced with the Republic of the United States of America, and that should join with Canada to have a republic, a democratic United States of North America. That's the plan, to replace a corporate entity owned by non-Americans with an actual democracy owned by the residents of North America, and then some sort of deal will be reached with the residents of South and Central America for, working together on things that we share. So that's the game plan. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today. It says, I have been a subscriber for years and actively support 90% of what you say, but the idea that we can stop death, I believe, is an absurd idea. What makes you think that this is feasible?
Over the years, I've subscribed to science magazines, and I remember reading in New Scientist about a breakthrough that could allow people to live another 50 years or something, and then at the very end there's a little paragraph saying, but because there's no commercial application, this technology will not be allowed to go ahead. So over the years, I've seen some kind of active suppression of any kind of discovery that allows us to live longer. But recent scientific evidence in genetics and healthcare, vitamins, all that kind of stuff points to the fact that old age is like a chronic disease that can be cured. Okay, there actually is the genetic ability to rejuvenate our bodies. So it is a technical problem, and I know that some people say, well, if we all become immortal, we'll run out of room, the planet will get filled up. Well, no, we can create new ecosystems. We can make room for everybody. If you do the research, you'll see that it's a technical problem, and eventually maybe we'll want to move on. We don't want to be stuck here forever, but I think death should be a voluntary choice, not a being born should not be an automatic death sentence. And I certainly think that it's worth putting huge amount of investment resources into dealing with that, because most of us don't want to die. Most of us don't want to get old. Okay, next question.
Hearing a lot about quantum financial, CBDCs, stellar blockchains, etc. What do you make of it? After the collapse of FTX, I see a lot of similarities.
What I've heard from agency sources, people at the actual NSA, CIA, is that these cryptocurrencies have a backdoor into them, and they have been used as a way to con a lot of people out of their money. Alarm bells should have been set off when Walmart put up ATMs that allowed you to buy Bitcoin and other digital currencies, but you couldn't sell them. So it's like a one-way ticket. And the whole push for central bank digital currencies involves first an attack on privately controlled digital currencies, so that everybody's forced to use a central bank digital currency. And the other reason is because the current owners of the central banks don't actually control the physical gold or the physical assets necessary to back a asset-based financial system. So they're trying to get everybody into this virtual system. Having said that, in the future, blockchain technology would be a very good way for people to, deal directly with each other without a third-party interference. And I hope that that gets developed. But the way it is now is that there's a back door, and the money can be stolen. It's not functional the way it's now set up. But in the future, hopefully, that will be a very convenient way for people to do things. And I've talked to the person who set up the quantum financial system, and it's actually at work. If if you go to an ATM, like for example, in my case, I can go to a convenience store like 7-Eleven and access my Canadian bank account, which was impossible in the past, thanks to this system. So there is a good argument for digital infrastructure that is closely tied to the real world as a way of making things convenient across borders. But most of the cryptocurrencies and the central bank digital currency being proposed now are controlled by the agencies, and they have a backdoor. That's what we must deal with. Okay, next question.
Benjamin, I have associates that work out of Fort Irwin, California, that have confirmed that the U.S. Army has 2,000 special forces on the ground in Ukraine, operating as advisors and possibly fighting directly against the Russians, which is nuts. What are your thoughts on this?
Basically, the problem is the United States Army, the people in there are people. They have bills to pay, they have families to support, and they rely on their paycheck. So a lot of people will accept money to go to the Ukraine because they have to make a living. So the key is to take away control of the paychecks for the American military from the Octagon Group in Switzerland, so that they're not forced to, go along with their plan to start World War III in order to just be able to keep paying their bills. So the U.S. military needs to understand that they have to take over the control of the financial system in order to be able to have the freedom to fight for liberty and for the general good, which is what they really want to do. Next question.
Next question here. Please stop with the lies/misinformation about the Chabad. For heaven's sake, go talk to the local Chabad rabbis in your area and get the truth. They are not, I repeat, not affiliated in any way with the Khazari Mafia. They do not proselytize. They do not wish to control anyone, Jews or not Jews. I know and have lived among many Jews affiliated with Chabad. They are the farthest thing from what you describe. They are often the first to help with rescue efforts at no expense to those they help, for communities and people of any and all religions or ethnicities in need of help. They help and then they leave, no effort to stay or control. You are fueling the worst kind of anti-Jewish sentiments. If any Chabad groups are attacked based on your misinformation, you will have the blood of good, kind, and innocent people on your hands. Please report the truth. How can you respond to this?
The same way I respond to stories about Freemasons. Okay, the people at the front edge think they're doing good work, and they're probably good people with good intentions. However, if you look at the actual founder of Chabad and what high-level insiders have said, is that at the very top of this organization, I'm not talking about the good people, at the Chabad, front lines. I'm talking about the very top leadership. They have, and this has been repeatedly said by insiders, that they want to artificially start Armageddon, kill 90% of humanity, and then they believe that every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Okay, so if Chabad wants to avoid being accused of stuff. They need to confront the words of their own founder, and they need to tell the world that there's no such thing as a goyim, that everybody is a Jew, and that the golden rule applies to all living things and not just to members of a certain sect. Okay, so if Chabad wants to get this shadow away from them, they have to confront the words of their own founder, and they have to renounce those things that are racist, that involve Jewish supremacy, and all that kind of thing. And I say this as someone with Jewish blood who wants to liberate the Jewish people from what I believe is millennia of slavery. Okay, I'm here to liberate the Jews, not to persecute them. Okay, next question.
We have our last question here today. There are millions of super smart people in this world. Given the fact that there are billions of people that inhabit this planet, that's not a stretch to me. But why, in God's name, would anybody think we should be stuck with the smart criminals to run the new age of free energy and incredible medical breakthroughs? Why should we give them amnesty? It does not make sense whatsoever. The kinds of crimes and number of deaths attributed to these people is outrageous. Not only are we expected to be okay with letting them live after their crimes against humanity, we're supposed to forget about their crimes. How is this supposed to prevent us from getting right back here again with them going free?
Well, that's a very good question. And I think I would have to talk about the Argentine military government that, carried out the dirty war where they killed, grabbed people off the streets and killed them. When the civilian government wanted to take over, in order to get the people, the military, to step aside, they had to promise them an amnesty. Otherwise, the civilians would not have been allowed to get back into control. Once the civilians took over control, they kept their promise. But the next civilian government turned around and said no and put these people in jail. So, the number one priority is to get these people to relinquish power and to start a new age and move forward towards making a better planet. That's the number one priority. Revenge is a whirlpool that leads to a maelstrom of negativity, and we need to look forward, not backwards. However, at some point, some sort of Nuremberg type war crimes tribunal is inevitable because these crimes are too big to be ignored, and we need to make sure these people have the fear of God and nobody ever tries to do such a thing again. But again, to repeat, the real important thing is to move forward towards creating a better future, not concentrating on revenge as the number one priority. It's save the planet, start a golden age is the number one priority. Nuremberg Tribunal is lower on the list of priorities. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you all next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on January 20th, 2023. It really is looking like the end game at this point. I've been very, cautious about saying stuff like that because we're dealing with some of the most powerful, intelligent, and evil people on Earth who've been ruling the planet for thousands of years. So predicting their collapse is a risky proposition. But let me explain why I think this time it really is going to happen. There's a lot of factors at work. Perhaps the biggest one is Ukraine, where the Nazi Zionist Khazarian mafia regime is suffering a full-out military collapse at this point. The latest is that in Bakhmut, they lost, 14 brigades lost 70% of their troops. That's about 40,000 troops gone, and they just don't have the replacements. They don't have the officers. It's a military collapse. And this will have huge repercussions because we got to remember the war in the Ukraine was not and is not an American war. It's the U.S. troops are not there. The U.S. Air Force is not there, nor are any of the official armies from any of the NATO countries. What you're watching in the Ukraine is an attempt by the international bankers, the people who control the large corporations, the people gathering at Davos, Switzerland, to hire mercenaries and, you know, private military contractors to set up a country from which they plan to rule the world. This is the old Khazarian kingdom, which was located in Kazakhstan and Ukraine. And you remember, this thing was started with the arrival of 20,000 mercenaries in Kazakhstan, an attempt to take over the government there and set up this religious state. We're now having insiders coming out and saying what I've been saying all along, but now many people are confirming it, is that the central banks were controlled by a cult. They used to be known as Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Then I started calling them Khazarian Mafia. Their official front now is a sect called Chabad. And insiders from Chabad are saying, our plan was to enslave humanity, kill 90% and enslave the rest. And each Jew, these people aren't Jews, they worship Satan, would have 2,800 slaves. This was the project that they were using their control of the world's central banks and corporations to turn into reality, and it is blowing up in their faces. So the defeat of the Ukraine is interesting, but to me, even more interesting was watching the opening speech at the World Economic Forum by Klaus Schwab and the Swiss president. Now, Klaus Schwab was clearly a very humbled man compared to last year. I mean, last year was saying, we will decide the future. And now he's saying, maybe we got to do something about inequality. And then other people are saying, well, maybe you should tax us, That's like Marie Antoinette saying, let them eat cake. It's too little, too late. But the Swiss president, came out of the closet as a member of the Octagon group, probably one of their, top people, when he said that this, he repeated lies that Russia was the offending party when, that the facts are contrary. And you have Swiss government officials openly saying they're going to confiscate Russian assets. So the Swiss have lost any semblance of neutrality at this point. They have come out of the closet as the world headquarters of the Khazarian Mafia. Now, the defeat of their proxy army in the Ukraine means that, and the fact that they're talking openly about stealing Russian resources means that at this point, unless the people at the BIS and the World Economic Forum surrender, there will be a military invasion of Switzerland. It's unavoidable at this point because they are, at this point, the heart of darkness in the world. Now, we can see that they're being defeated because if you look at the attendance of the World Economic Forum, look the videos they're putting out of the audience, the theaters are empty. So I'd say more than half the people didn't show up. They realized that this is a group of losers. And more importantly, the incredible crime that the whole COVID vaccination thing is becoming increasingly apparent. We've already seen Jack Ardern, the cross-dressing Prime Minister of New Zealand, resign. This is one of the dominoes. But the first one was the death of Pope Maledict on January 31st, or December 31st, and then Cardinal George Pell on January 10th, who controlled the Vatican Bank. And we saw the removal of Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. So these are all signs. And another big sign is that the U.S. government has run out of money. They hit the debt ceiling, but we all know that's a lie. And what happened? Janet Yellen was off to China on a begging mission. And I'm asking the Chinese elders, please do not finance these criminals anymore. Let the United States corporation collapse. Help free the American people. And there are other signs out there that something really has changed. For example, CNN, which used to be, Propaganda Central, is talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. So that's a sign that the official powers that be have turned against this whole fake Biden regime. And they're putting out that Kamala Harris's parents were anchor babies, which means she was an anchor baby because her parents were foreign born, so she can't take over. So Kevin McCarthy looks like he's going to be an interim president, but hopefully he will be the last president, and the United States Corporation, which was established in 1871, will end, and a Republic of North America will replace it. We'll see, but it's looking hopeful. However, the battle is not over yet. There's still Justin Castro in Canada, who's got to be removed. We got to see that domino fall for sure. And Chrystia Freeland, that Nazi mass murderer, is in Davos. Hopefully she'll stay there and not return to Canada, but that's another domino that has to fall. But it's looking good. Australia has already been liberated. New Zealand has been. England has been. And now the other domino that looks like it's going to fall is Emmanuel Macron in France. As I've said before, the head of the French and British branches of the Rothschild family, David René de Rothschild, is trying to negotiate a surrender. They have run out of money. You're having million-man demonstrations in France right now because they're being forced to steal people's pension money in order to stay in business. They're being kicked out of Africa. They're unable to loot resources there. So they are trying to surrender. Now, the last holdout, of course, is the Swiss branch of the Rothschild family, headed by Klaus Schwab Rothschild. And you can see, as I mentioned just before now, that their gathering at Davos is a major flop compared to previous years. People were not, are being boycotting it. And then the independent reporters are on the streets asking them questions that they're, evading, but their whole sort of controlled corporate agenda is collapsing. So if things go well, what's going to happen is a lot of good things are going to happen. What the Planetary Liberation Alliance is proposing is that we start a new age with a jubilee. So an immediate cancellation of all debt, public and private, a one-off deal, and a redistribution of assets. Only assets that were taken through central bank fiat fraud. We're not going to punish genuine entrepreneurs who created value. We're just going to return the money that was stolen from the people over the past 100 years by this process of creating money out of nothing and parasite off the people. So that will make everybody middle class again. And then the next plan is to start a massive new campaign. I mean, we're going to be changing direction as a species. So instead of this messianic project to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest, which is what the current leadership of the West has been trying to do, the new project will be, the number one priority will be to end death. So huge research will be going into finding ways to achieve immortality on this planet. And there is plenty of evidence. For example, CNN just reported that they found a way to increase lifespan in mice by the equivalent of 5 years for humans. 5 extra years is nice for someone if you're, towards the end. And there's supplements that have been shown to increase life, such as NAD, by 20%. So we're getting there. And if there's a massive research initiative, that should become possible for people to live thousands of years. In the future, hopefully death will be a voluntary choice, not, in other words, being born as a human is no longer going to be a death sentence if we get this right. Now, the other thing that's happening is the Chinese have unleashed the hydrogen genie. They've realized that they already destroy the attempt to suppress solar power. And enough solar energy hits the planet every day to, fuel our needs for 10,000 years. So there's plenty of solar power. And what they're realizing is they can use this to create hydrogen. So the hydrogen age is going to start. Hydrogen-powered cars are going to be the main vehicle in the future. These electric things will be seen as a temporary anomaly. And that will lead to cities being cleaned because hydrogen cars only emit water vapor. And it'll make everyone much richer because energy is the #1 bottleneck in our economy. So with that removed, with not free energy, but close to free energy, it'll make everyone the equivalent of a millionaire. So these are the good things that are going to happen. And we are also hoping at this point that once this liberation is complete, that the quarantine on the planet Earth will end and that we will be able to start colonizing the universe. So, I want to point out there's a lot of really good things are going to happen. An ancient evil is being removed from this planet. This is truly biblical, even beyond biblical, what we're witnessing. And I'm very optimistic, but the battle is not over yet. We're close. I think I've never felt this close to victory before, but it's not over until it's really over. So we have to stay diligent until this is finally done. But I believe the liberation of the planet Earth is close. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
A while back, there was this person, Gregory Hallett, who popped up and claimed he's the rightful king of Britain. Is there any truth to this, or is he, like the Windsor, also a fake?
I don't know anything about this, but what you have to look at is who's actually visibly on the throne. And until they are replaced in a way that everybody can see, then you just have to deal with what's actually there. So in Japan, for example, there is a man who has a very legitimate sounding claim that he's the real emperor. And he has lots of evidence to back it up, but he doesn't actually sit in the imperial throne. So it's a similar situation, but I'm not really qualified to say more than that. You just have to deal with the actual powers that be if you want to improve the planet. That's our policy. So we deal with anybody who's actually in a position to help make the planet better. And at this point, the current British royal family does support a jubilee. They do support a start of a new age and a future planning agency. So that's why the alliance is working with them. Next question.
Ben, I don't agree on why the Brunson case failed. My understanding is that some of the Supreme Court is extremely compromised, bribed, blackmailed, deep state, etc., especially Justice Roberts. There are huge questions of how Justice Roberts adopted his 2 children from Ireland and that he was also involved in child trafficking, etc. Also, our 3 branches of government will not go against each other. And if the case had been won, there will be no reason for the military to get involved. What are your thoughts on this?
I have heard the same thing about Judge Roberts being compromised, but more to the point is, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, they have 400,000 blackmail files on all the elites. So the problem is it's a Mexican standoff. Anybody in a position of power today in the West is being blackmailed. And they're blackmailing each other. So in order to break the deadlock, we have to look forward, not backwards. And but I do think that allowing the United States corporation to go bankrupt and clean out the whole mess of them is a good idea. And hopefully that will happen. But yeah, I did hear the stuff about Judge Roberts being blackmailed. But the point is that everybody's being blackmailed. And that's why we need to, move beyond that and outside of that box. In the future, hopefully, nobody who has, a child rape video on a file will ever be allowed in a position of power again. But right now, that's the reality we're dealing with. Next question.
Was this 16 trillion printed in 2020? Because I haven't seen a dollar bill later than 2017. It has been reported that the Federal Reserve is now under the U.S. Treasury and that they have not printed anything since 2017. So, was this digital dollars they created?
Well, again, my source is the Federal Reserve Board homepage, their official data, and it looks like the money was on computers and it was created since basically most of it was created in 8 months, starting January 2020, and the money was laundered through the stock market. That's why you have, for example, you had this situation where Tesla Motors, which is really, in terms of sales, it's one of the smallest car companies in the world, was worth far more than all the world's car companies combined. So in other words, the people who own the Fortune 500 companies handed themselves tons of money, and then they attempted to launder it into the economy via the COVID vaccines, PCR tests, bribes through the World Bank and the IMF to government leaders, through the stock market. They tried to launder it all sorts of ways, and then handing people cash too. But they were kept away from the internationally traded dollar. They were quarantined, so they were only able to do it inside the United States and a few Western countries. They were not able to do it with the rest of the world. So, the reason the U.S. dollar is strong internationally is because it is actually controlled more by the Chinese and the Middle Easterners and people with trade surpluses than the current regime in the United States. But it's that's why I think the physical printing of dollars and the internationally traded dollars are different from the dollars created by the Biden regime, which they try to launder in many different ways. And I believe these gaps are being plugged now, which is why the U.S. government is running out of money. Next question.
Was the President Trump that recently announced he was running for president again the fake Trump or the Trump that did actually serve as president? Is there also a fake Melania Trump that occasionally appears with fake Trump, or is that the real Melania? Was the real Trump at the recent wedding of Tiffany Trump? It is hard for me to believe that the real Trump that has actually served as president would willingly go along with a fake Trump promoting views that he disagrees with. Is he willingly going along with this, or is he essentially a prisoner being held at Cheyenne Mountain or wherever he may be against his will? Are his children, Donald Jr., Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, and Barron, all aware of what is going on?
I don't want to jump too deep into this because I have only limited information. My sources are, okay, there was a meeting on November 8th, 2016, where they had an agreement that they would overturn the planned installation of Hillary Clinton as president and put in the designated loser Donald Trump as president of the United States. And if you look at the government of the Trump regime, it was filled with ex-military guys. And all the military people who were ex-military, who were in the Trump government, left before January 2020. And that's when the Trump we used to see with Melania disappeared from public view. And what I was told is that because his family was being threatened and for other reasons, he had to go, take shelter in that military base. Now, I have been hearing that the original Trump or a Trump avatar who will read a script that is anti-vaccine and pro other things will come out. But I just don't know enough of the details to get deeper than that without, I just don't know. I'll try to find out more and put some of that information in my Monday report. Next question.
Your report on Monday promoted the West solving the currency collapse with the new M1 Royal and the Committee of 300. Have they purged out the Khazarian Mafia yet? I might be wrong, but wouldn't a better solution for the United States be joining BRICS, since without that, the Russians won't stop? I likely am missing some details of your logic, but seems like too many compromised officials in the United States still need to be removed. Maybe that is a problem either way, but do you see a solution to this?
Well, I think that the United States and the G7 need to join the BRICS alliance. I know that Germany has already sort of basically agreed to it, and England has agreed to it. And the holdouts are the United States fake regime of Joe Biden, the criminal regime of Justin Castro, and the group in Switzerland, and then Macron in France. I think these are the holdouts. And Japan, too, has a puppet government that's just waiting for a final decision. But, you know, they're just saying they're kind of frozen like a deer in the headlights, waiting for the big battle overhead to take place. But at the end of the day, the West needs to join the BRICS alliance, and they're going to have an entirely new type of UN in Laos. It's all going to be very different, and I'm pretty sure that a mutually profitable deal will be reached between the people who are trying to control the G7 and the rest of the world. Now, as far as all these criminals are concerned, like I say, it's 400,000 of the top people in politics, academia, corporations. They're compromised. Otherwise they couldn't have got to that position of power. And these are very intelligent and competent people. And I think putting them to work for the greater good of the planet Earth is a better solution than to kill them. So that's the last question?
Yes, that's all we have for today.
Okay, let me just say one more thing. I forgot to mention that the Israeli Supreme Court has ruled out or ruled against the interior minister that Benjamin Netanyahu was trying to put into power. This is basically what we saw in Israel was a group of gangsters attempted to take over the country, and the police and the military are preventing that from happening. So this is a good thing. The Jewish people will be liberated. They're not going to let these criminals take over the government. So, you know, this will have a lot of effects. The Jewish people have been slaves for thousands of years, and you can confirm this because if you look at the ancient Babylonian texts, defeated tribes were circumcised. It was like ritually castrated as a symbol of their defeat and their slavery. And so the Jewish people will be liberated for the first time in thousands of years. It's really, really biblical what's happening. Okay, well, I hope to see you next week. And, knock on wood, keep your fingers crossed and all that superstitious stuff. Hopefully there'll be lots of good news. Okay, thanks for tuning in. Hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on Friday the 13th of January 2023. Friday the 13th, of course, is the day when the Knights Templars were attacked by the Pope and the French King to steal their money, and this problem continues to this day with a fight over the control of the world gold and money supply. In other words, the battle that started then, back in, was it 1309 or whatever, don't get, I might be wrong on the date, it's continuing to this day, and let me fill you in on the details. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is the Brunson case at the Supreme Court. I was told by my sources that it was supposed to be by a 5-4 decision to remove all the politicians who were fraudulently elected after 2020. And the reason this was not done is because the person pretending to be President Donald Trump is not the same one as we saw before January 2020. In other words, that Trump who appeared after January 2020, the one with the white around his eyes, he was out there pushing these dangerous vaccines. He was saying Operation Warp Speed, we got to vaccinate everybody. And now we're seeing massive spikes in mortality as a result of this. It's now obviously coming out as one of the greatest war crimes in history. So having that perpetrator put in, who works for the Rothschilds, as a fraudulent replacement for the fraud Joe Biden was not going to work. So what I've heard is that there's been a lot of negotiating behind the scenes. The Rothschild family, through David Rene de Rothschild, the head of the French and British branches of that family, says that they're going to hand over control of the financial system to the White Hats. This is a European royal who is affiliated with the White Dragon Society, who is promising a jubilee, a write-off of all debts, and a redistribution of assets, and a meritocratic future planning agency to replace a lot of these corrupt privately owned central banks. This would be something that anybody could apply to join. It would be run by the people, for the people, in conjunction with all the healthy parts of the existing economic financial system. But, and the story I'm hearing now is that the deal is made also to put McCarthy in as the head of the Speaker of the House. That makes him third in line for the presidency after Biden and then Kamala Harris. Now, what I'm hearing is that, as you can see in the news, they've started publicly prosecuting this fake Joe Biden. So a deal has been made to remove Biden. That's why they put off the Supreme Court thing, because they said, all right, we'll get rid of Biden. And then they're going to get rid of Kamala Harris. And so that'll put McCarthy in as president. And he is a World Economic Forum puppet, but pretty well anybody up there is. But nonetheless, he is being forced to promise that they're going to investigate why the FBI was turned into a domestic Gestapo that was spying on American citizens and entrapping them and enforcing all sorts of horrific things. In other words, the American Gestapo that the FBI has become will be reformed. That's the deal I'm hearing. And they promised that they would finance, as I said, this new future planning agency. But basically, I do not trust these people. And the reason is they did the same thing with President John F. Kennedy. Say, okay, we're gonna allow the Kennedy dollars. We're gonna, do everything you want. And then they publicly executed him. And the battle continues to this day. So again, we don't trust these people. And now next week we have the World Economic Forum meeting, and the head of the Swiss branch of the Rothschild family, who is not negotiating a surrender, that's Klaus Schwab Rothschild, is gathering his minions in Davos, Switzerland, and they're still proposing their vaccines. They're still saying that now they're saying they want everybody to be confined to a ghetto, a limited area where they can travel, and they want everybody to have no property, just a basic income, and if they disobey orders, in other words, if their credit score is reduced, then they are going to be cut off their food source. So in other words, they're still openly pushing to turn this planet into a giant animal farm. That's why, as things stand, we're going to have to request that the Gnostic Illuminati or the P3 order a neutron bomb to hit the World Economic Forum gathering. That's the only choice. These people have been caught trying to murder us all with vaccines and with diseases. They're all gathered there in Davos, Switzerland. We need to force them to surrender. And these people don't listen to reason. They'll lie. They'll buy time. They invited me, by the way, to go to Davos twice. First, I was invited to a high-level pre-Davos meeting of super-duper high-powered people, but they wouldn't give me a diplomatic passport, and MI6 said if I went there, they would kill me. And then yesterday, I got another invitation to go to Davos and speak. And again, I've said I'll go if they give me a diplomatic passport and allow me to speak in public for the whole world to watch about the alternative plans the Planetary Liberation Alliance has for the future of this species. Because basically that's what we're dealing with. It's a battle over the psychological process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. How do we go into the future? They have put out their plans, which, as I just mentioned, it involves turning this planet into a giant animal farm where everybody will be given a certain allowance and then subject to very fine control of their behavior. In other words, it'd be farm animals controlled by this unelected elite. Now, what we're offering is a very different thing. Instead of a centralized, controlled thing ruled by a single satanic clan, we're talking about a multipolar world with about 7 groups deciding things that affect the whole planet through majority vote, and then meritocratic, transparently run organizations of public servants. And anybody can apply to join, and if they're good enough and smart enough and they pass the exams, they can work, to serve the people. And the idea is that we're gonna, instead of having this dystopia where, what are they saying? They're putting out disease. They're trying to start World War III in the Ukraine, and then and now they're going to try it in Taiwan, which will fail, by the way. And cyber attacks. In other words, just horror after horror after horror. We're saying no. From now on, the #1 research priority will be to end mortality. In other words, we don't want to die. We want to live for thousands of years, and that is now becoming scientifically possible. So that would be like our first moonshot project, and we would have a massive campaign to end poverty, stop environmental destruction, and prepare to colonize the universe. This is what we're offering as our vision of the future, as an alternative to theirs. Now, they said to me, okay, we're gonna let you do that, but like I say, they're playing for time, and I'll explain an incident that happened to me, which shows how these people work. I was in the parking lot of a nearby supermarket that's next to a highway. I was slowing the car down to park it, and suddenly it started to accelerate. I lost control of the steering. I lost control of the brake. And it went straight into the highway. And if I hadn't hit a guardrail, I would have been hit on the driver's side by an incoming car and killed. I've gone to the Japanese police to report this incident. And you know what happened? After I reported this, suddenly on January 5th, a person from the Tokyo Regional Tax Bureau rang my doorbell and said that they're going to confiscate my property, including my car, over a 11-year-old bogus tax bill. In other words, they couldn't find anything in my taxes because I've been paying honestly and transparently and following all the rules. So they had to go back to this 11-year-old made-up, trumped-up thing, which, by the way, in Japan, there's supposed to be a 5-year statute of limitations on these things, and yet they're going up with an 11-year-old case. And they're trying to confiscate the car and hide the evidence. So they try to murder me, then they try to hide the evidence. And this I know who ordered this. It's Richard Armitage, who's the cousin of Barbara Bush, the daughter of the Satanist Aleister Crowley, who's murdered many Japanese prime ministers over the years. And it's, of course, Henry Heinz Kissinger, that top Nazi. And then, of course, there is David Rockefeller Jr. And again, the Rothschilds are negotiating a surrender, but the Rockefellers are not. By the way, here's a Battle of Britain t-shirt I'm wearing today to say, we are in the equivalent of a Battle of Britain now. We really have to fight, to the death to remove these people permanently and forever from power. Now, the Rockefellers are the ones who control the fake Biden administration. If you look at the members of the so-called Biden administration, they're all members of the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a Rockefeller think tank, and Henry Kissinger is their top bag man. They are the rules-based world order people. They are the ones who are behind this whole gathering in Davos. Okay, it's no longer the Rothschilds at this point. It's the Rockefellers, and that Hillary Clinton Rockefeller. Okay, Bill Clinton Rockefeller, John Podesta Rockefeller, etc. These people need to remove from their control of the foundations. These foundations control the Fortune 500 companies. They are the ones who control the pharmaceutical companies that have been trying to kill us all with vaccines. They are the ones who control Google, which is censoring. I'll give you okay, Google is censoring, for example, they've been actively censoring me for telling the truth about the COVID-19 scamdemic. And yet, even as they ban me from YouTube, they allow pirates to rip off my videos and my information. And when we ask them to take it down, they refuse. So on the one hand, they let pirates put my stuff out, and yet they forbid me. We are going to hunt them down and bring them to justice because they are criminals. Make there be no doubt about that. And they report again to this clan of Rockefellers and these other people who control the Fortune 500 companies and who are not going to go quietly into the night. They're trying everything they can to stay in power. Now we know that the situation in Brazil is still ongoing too. That's one of their moves. This Lula guy is supposedly, well, the Chinese have openly supported him. The Russians have openly supported him. He says he's going to save the Amazon. But I've been told that Jair Bolsonaro was not destroying the Amazon, as was being reported, and that this is a trumped up thing. The situation in Brazil is ongoing, but this is just one example of the sort of things they do. We cannot have stolen elections, fraudulent news, and untruth rule the planet. We must stick to the truth wherever it may lead us. Now, the other area that big changes are happening is the Vatican. We saw the death of Pope Maledict on January 1st, or December 31st. And then on January 10th, we saw that Cardinal George Pell died. Now, Cardinal Pell was in charge of the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank is the bank that they use to pay bribery accounts to these hundreds of so-called world leaders you see at UN gatherings. Now, I know that Pell was put in jail on trumped-up charges of pedophilia, and that he supposedly was trying to clean things up. But the fact that he's dead means that something is happening with the Vatican Bank and with the control of the world leaders. Now, as we know, Pope Francis disappeared for 2 weeks. Every Friday he's supposed to appear at St. Peter's in person. And for 2 weeks, as we all know, he was replaced by a hologram. Then we got a rubber mask fraud, and the video of him adjusting his rubber mask was out there on the internet, but it's been deleted now. But it was there. We had it. I even had it in my computer, and they went back and they went into my computer and removed it. I should have put it on the external disk drive before they got a chance to do that. But anyway, we know that it's a rubber mask fraud, and his words and actions have been very different from the original Francis. So this fake Pope has not been seen in public for a while. We're hoping he will be removed. But I'm hearing from the P3 Freemasons that there's a very high-level battle going on at the Vatican, and that there's a lot of assassinations going both ways. And we're being told it's a very dangerous time right now. Everybody needs to be very careful, but we're getting close to the end game. And I think forcing the World Economic Forum people to surrender, and if they don't use a neutron bomb on their gathering, is one way where we can break this deadlock, because it's got to break. Now, in Japan, too, the Asian secret societies are on the move. We believe something will happen here, too. I've been told that once the Chinese New Year holiday celebrations are over, probably starting in February, there will be big events in Japan. We certainly hope that's the case. We believe that the American 7th Fleet is on board with these movements. And, the year of the rabbit is supposed to be a year of prosperity, fecundity, friendship. Rabbits like to reproduce. They don't like to fight. They like to eat and reproduce. And hopefully that's the kind of world we'll be coming into. And this whole dystopian nightmare that we're seeing will end. But the problem is the Air Force people at the Yokota base, many the top Nazis are there. And, as we've been told, again, Battle of Britain thing, the Nazi faction I'm referring to are not the deep space, the secret space force guys with UFOs, the anti-gravity craft. These are good people from all reports. I'm in contact with them. I'm talking about the ones who use blackmail. Blackmail of people raping children. In other words, it's a system of control where, as the criminal Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel points out, they have 400,000 files on these leaders raping children and killing them and doing all sorts of horrific things that is paralyzing the top levels of government in the West, because they're all, blackmailing each other. It's a Mexican standoff. And that means that people like you and me, who actually never actually raped a child or got blackmailed, need to take action against the top leaders who by their actions show they're blackmailed. If they are refusing to act against Biden, they're blackmailed. If they're refusing to, reform the Pentagon and the FBI, they're being blackmailed. So it's the top ranks. And the reason this system is fatally flawed is because you can only bribe and blackmail so many people. You can't, the whole point of a bribe is that it's taking from everyone else. So the majority who aren't bribed and blackmailed must take action now. It is time. We've done enough sitting around. So it's time to finish this. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure this happens. But, we must never underestimate these people. Right now, we're in a Battle of Britain type situation. We've got to fight tooth and nail to make sure these Satanists are permanently removed from world power. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Ivan, we have our first question for today. Please explain or reconcile the following. Russia is happy to see Lula put down Bolsonaro, who is comparable to Trump, while happy to see corrupt communist Kazarian Lula continue. I understand he joined BRICS, but the suppression of freedom seems incomparable with Russia being Christian. Please elaborate.
I've asked myself the same question. I think that the view of the Russians and the Chinese is that Bolsonaro is linked to the Americans, and Lula will work for the Chinese and the Russians. But I think they're being fooled. I don't think they really understand the true nature of the thing. And the other thing I heard is that there was a deal reached at the COP 15 in Montreal, where by a vote of 195 to 2, only the United States and the Vatican voted against. They voted to, double the amount of environmental protection worldwide by 2030. And I think that the European royals and the Chinese and Russians have been fooled into thinking that Lula equals saving the Amazon and Bolsonaro equals destroying the Amazon. The other thing is that huge amounts of bribe money have been put into Brazil to make this happen. So it's not over. I mean, what I'm trying to explain to them is that you don't have to steal an election and in order to save the Amazon. You can just force the legitimately elected president to stop destroying the Amazon. But this is an ongoing thing. It's not over yet. But yes, I think, again, the reason why the Russians and the Chinese support Lula is because they think that's going to bring Brazil closer to their group, and that he's going to save the Amazon. That's the way they've been conned into this. Next question.
Bombshell news released this week reveals that the Pentagon directed the COVID operation, at least in the United States, from the beginning. Given we are led to believe Donald Trump has been commander-in-chief since 2016 and remains commander-in-chief to this day, Doesn't this mean Trump is legally responsible for the whole COVID operation?
At this point, it's very clear that there are two Pentagons. Okay, we have the fake Pentagon with this Lloyd Austin clown on the surface, who's supposedly, supplying. Basically, they're looting U.S. weapon supplies to keep the satanic Nazis fighting in the Ukraine, and this group was financing this whole vaccine campaign, but the people in Mount Cheyenne, the secret space program people, the U.S. Space Force, they have not been involved from day one. So it really does appear like they have a fake Trump who's pushing vaccines and a fake Pentagon that's pushing this agenda, and another one in parallel in Mount Cheyenne that is against it. I mean, the real Donald Trump's son was damaged by vaccines. And there's no way he's going to be pushing vaccines when his own child was damaged. So, no, there's something very strange going on. And I think we need to understand that we've got to get the real Trump out there, and he's got to come out and denounce the actor pretending to be him. But that whole problem is why they didn't let the Brunson case go ahead. There's some kind of can of worms here that needs to be opened. We need to figure this out. And there's one thing, this reminded me, I forgot to say in my initial report, which is that I was looking at the Federal Reserve Board homepage, and I noticed that after the so-called Biden was put into power, the U.S. money supply went from the beginning of the United States, the founding of the Republic, in 1776 until 2020, a total of $4 trillion was created. Next few months, another $16 trillion was created. So more than 80% of all the US dollars created in history were created after the so-called fake Biden administration went into power. So they used a massive, massive multi-trillion-dollar bribery campaign to keep this scheme going, and that's what is unwinding now. But that is part of why we're dealing with such a complex can of worms. So many people took bribes, so many people were fooled. I think that at this point we need a complete clean start. We need to cut off all that old stuff from the past and just start with a whole new group of people at this point. That's the only answer I can see. Okay, sorry, next question.
Can you elaborate on the Federal Reserve now that they've lost the credibility to create money out of nothing? What will take its place? At some point, will the printed money have any value?
As I've said before, there are two parallel U.S. dollar systems in work now. The dollars that are being created by the fake Biden administration since 2020, as I just mentioned, the $16 trillion it created in just a few years, is not being accepted as international payment. They've been able to cut deals here and there to keep importing stuff by, for example, they got a bit of money by promising to replace Biden with Kamala Harris, and then that got cut off when they reneged on that promise. But right now, as you can tell, the U.S. ports are drying up. Imports are not coming in. They can't buy oil. They're going through the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They're selling off their weapon supplies. So the dollar that's being traded by countries outside of the United States, these are dollars that they actually earn by exporting oil, cars, television, etc. Those dollars are linked to gold and commodities, and that reality-based dollar is being traded outside the United States. So that will continue in existence, but something is happening inside the United States. Some kind of implosion is taking place. As you can see, the social order is declining very quickly. Next question. So the conclusion is the Federal Reserve Board inside the United States is dead, and some kind of new system will be needed to be put in place, and that will be started off with a jubilee, a cancellation of all debts, public and private. Until you see that jubilee, don't trust those people. Okay, next question.
Even the General Flynn that they're putting out there is not the original. Do you think they're in hiding, or do you think they've actually been taken out? And if the latter, what's the point of killing them and putting out clones?
Okay, the real General Flynn is definitely long gone. People who were in touch with him, including myself, tried to contact this fake, and he didn't even know who we were, which is impossible. And the reason they do that is that they want to fool the supporters. They want to fool the support group that backed General Flynn into, a false opposition. They want to lull them into, um, complacency. They say, okay, let's go behind this General Flynn, but then at the last minute he doesn't actually do anything. So they always do that. They killed Neil Keenan, replaced him with some guy who then completely stopped doing what the real Neil Keenans do. These are people I knew personally. Jane Burgermeister, who was exposing all the vaccine stuff very early on, long before this whole COVID business, was killed and replaced by a fake. Uh, that's one of their tools. They take real opposition figures, they kill them, and they replace them with a fraud who then uh, tries to mollify the followers with controlled opposition. So we have to really be wary of all these fake leaders they're putting in. And you can tell by their words and actions. They reveal themselves that way. So this so-called General Flynn is a mindless puppet. Don't follow him. And we will avenge General Flynn. Next question.
We have our last question here for today. As head of the British monarchy, shouldn't Charles and William be protecting the people from nefarious genocide plans instead of being in cahoots with the WEF, who want to kill and enslave us with their fake weather agenda? The Queen's old Estonian descendants are busy slandering each other through the media like regressed inbreeds who couldn't care less about the population of the British Isles and the Commonwealth.
What I'm hearing from my own British royal contacts is that a large part of the political class in the UK, including this so-called Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, are controlled by what they call the DVD, the German Nazi faction, the people who are using blackmail. And I believe these are the people behind who are trying to ruin the image of the British royal family by, promoting gossip and trying to get them fighting each other. But I understand that the British royals are not allowing the British people to be killed with vaccines. They have ended a lot of the COVID stuff, and they carried out the Brexit operation, which removed England from EU control. So they are fighting for the British people. But what you're seeing is an internal battle where the German Nazi faction, headed by the Chief Cabinet Officer Simon Case, is fighting to bring Britain back into control by the EU faction, what they call the Nazi DVD. And the real British royals are fighting to keep England free and independent. And I believe they are winning. And you will see that there will always be in England, and England shall be free, and the Battle of Britain will be won, but it's being waged right now, and it's being waged inside the political and bureaucratic class and the military of the British Army. So those who know that the real royals are with England, they're not going to allow the vaccines, they're not going to allow genocide, and they're not going to allow these traitors to stay in power much longer. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you guys all next week.